Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. We have a puzzle to start today, and then maybe or maybe not, we will attempt to set the crazy idea that I have afterwards. Uh, so let's see this idea. So here, this is a Qodec puzzle called K2. Which is, I think, like the tallest mountain in the world, maybe? Maybe? Don't quote me on that. I'm not a geographer. So we have regular Sudoku, regular anti-diagonal. Oh, sorry, no, not regular anti-diagonal. Both main diagonals contain only 3 distinct digits. So not regular that. Oh, is it K2 because it's the second tallest and K1 is the tallest? Is that how that works? Let's see. I can tell you I've not climbed a lot of mountains, so there is a not insignificant chance that I am incorrect. Okay, let's see. We've got a lot of arrows that are the same. Those are the same. This is not yellow, but it maybe is red. If it was red, then that cell would be red. I don't know that it's obvious to me that this cell isn't red. I think it would be obvious to me that this cell wasn't red if I knew what was going on. This cell, though, this cell definitely isn't red or yellow. And so in particular, because yellow and green don't show up here on this diagonal, yellow and green also don't show up on any of these diagonals. Red, I don't know about that with respect to. Maybe, oh, I guess these two are sort of similar in what they do. They probably are the same, actually, now that I'm looking at it. So a really interesting question is if these two digits are the same. Because if these two digits aren't the same, what we're claiming is that down this diagonal, one of the digits is the sum of the other two, which would of course be very restrictive. But I don't see any reason to suspect that these two aren't just the same digit. And ditto down the other diagonal. And this diagonal going this direction as well. Okay, so I guess on this diagonal, what we can say is one of these two isn't the same digit twice. Because we only get 3 different digits. Yeah, Do I know for sure that if I highlight all 6 of these cells, it's 3 different digits? I feel like I do, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I guess if it was only 2 digits, yeah, it's pretty easy to say, then these 2 are both the big digit and these 4 are the small digit, and that is too many to be in 3 boxes. So yeah, this is all 3 digits. So in particular, none of these are the largest digit. I guess the easiest way for this to work is for these to both be the big digit and these to both be each small digit. Is there any other way it could possibly work? Yeah, the AFK has given me an example of the thing that I wanted to rule out, which is that it could be like 224 and 246. Yeah, seems very possible. Even like 211, I think. Yeah, that is annoyingly possible. So yeah, neither of these is the smallest digit along this diagonal. Oh yeah, maybe the question is like if I definitely didn't rule out the arrows having duplicate digits. These two could, yeah, if these two are the same, then these are the same pairwise, is I think what's going on. David says this is the biggest digit? Right, because neither of these is the biggest digit. So this is the largest digit along this diagonal. I'm going to get rid of this coloring for now and mark this is the biggest digit on this diagonal. And these are the two digits that are not the largest digit on this diagonal. We'll attempt to make sense of that. So all of these are orange or blue. And I'll actually, just for sanity's sake, I'll mark it like that. And this is orange or light blue or dark blue, except we're going to make dark blue bigger than light blue. So we'll actually say that kind of thing. Oh, it is the biggest digit on both diagonals, right? Because even this arrow also says, hey, this digit is bigger than that one, and this digit is bigger than that one. So neither of these are the biggest digit on the diagonal. So that does mean this cell isn't orange, because one of these two arrows at least is orange, right? They can't both be dark blue, because if they were both dark blue, then we'd have umpteen light blues along the diagonal. So this cell is not orange. So this cell is not the largest digit on its diagonal by David's point. And so this cell is orange, because the orange over here can't go there because this would be even bigger. Can't go here because of this diagonal. Okay, so now these aren't orange. But now neither of these is orange either. And so what I can do is say these two have to be the same digit now, because if this is dark green, these can both be light green. So, oh yeah, these can't be orange either, is a good point. And so actually now we actually know that both of these arrows are orange in terms of their sum. Which I think means these do have to be one of each, right? Yeah, they have to both be one of each, a light blue and a dark blue. So we could circle X, circle X, circle X, the light blue, dark blues. This, by the way, is dark green. So this number, which is larger than dark green, is orange because of our fact that it's got a dark green on it. Okay, and these are a dark green and a light green in some order. Okay, that all makes some amount of sense. I could arbitrarily choose the blues, but I made the distinction that dark blue is bigger than light blue. And so that is what I am stuck with. Yes, this is certainly 2, 4, 6, 8. I agree with that. Yeah, if I'm willing to let go of which is bigger of light blue and dark blue, I could do that and it would be fine. Maybe that's easier. But then Oh, yes. Orange in box 4 is placed. Yeah, the reason I chose it is no longer relevant. Fair enough. Uh, uh, oops. Uh, but still dark green is bigger than light green. But I guess I no longer need to like say that as some weird statement. It's just visible from the whole thing. But yeah, orange in box 4 was a good point because this cell is visibly not orange, so that cell is orange. And that cell is orange for similar reasons. Yeah, I guess light green is definitely 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, box 2 works just the same. That digit's orange. And so our last orange in the grid goes there. We know orange is at least 5 because it's bigger than 4 different digits. We might be able to do better than that if we really tried. I'm not sure that really trying is worth it, but it is something we could do. I also am a big believer in not trying. I think that is just general life advice. If something sounds hard, just don't do it. Yeah, we now know that these are like legitimately new digits, maybe. Yeah, these seem to be legitimately new digits. We'll make these yellow. And now these can be the legitimately new digit red. The problem is I still don't know that this one isn't yellow. So I can't give that one also a color. Light blue. Oh, light blue is almost placed in this column, but not quite. Oh, I do know this isn't yellow. Right, I do know this isn't yellow because what I said before is if these are both yellow, then that cell's yellow, which at the time I didn't have any way of resolving, but now I actually know it's not yellow because it's orange. Okay, and so this sees every other color. So it's purple with slightly fancy things. Oh, and row 4, column 1 is now none of those. So this is pink, the last color. I think that's believable. Okay. So, presumably now there is like a some color in some place question that is interesting. I know one of these two is yellow. Likewise, I know one of these two is purple. I guess I know one of these two is dark green. Which means I know one of these two is dark green. Which means I know that one is dark green. I think that is going to be exactly what Edenzer said. It is exactly what Edenzer said. Which makes that dark green as well. which then makes one of these two dark green, which then makes that dark green, which then makes this dark green, I believe. I think all of that was fine. This is now light blue because the column needs a light blue. One of these two is light blue now. So these are purple and something. Purple and pink. Oh, this is dark blue for the row. And these are... Oh, and now dark blue in this box is here. Because it's not going in the circle and it's not going there. So we can actually continue our dark blue chase. These two are red and yellow. Thank you. That would have taken me forever. Yellow is placed in this box, right? Oh, no, not quite. Sorry, that could still be yellow. I don't know why I thought there were only 3 things here. What is left in this box? One of them is yellow, and the other is purple. Oh, dark blue is placed in box 2. I agree. So these are, in fact, dark green and dark blue. Light blue. Yeah, light blue. Not in row 4, column 2. Why is light blue not in row 4, column 2? We don't know whether light blue or dark blue is bigger anymore. We gave that up for Lent. Purple in column 4 is here. So purple is here. I see that. So that makes that yellow, which makes that purple. Oh, right. If this were light blue, that digit would be orange, correct. So this is light blue. So our light blue and dark blue are backwards. Unfortunate. Hey, Flawed Logic, how are you doing? Love the screen name, by the way. Good choice. So one of these is orange. Sorry, no, not orange. One of them is red. And one of them is something else. One of them is light green. The light green goes there. The red goes there. So the red goes there. This feels very much like not a Qodec puzzle, funnily enough. Oh, this digit is just known in color if I'm willing to go through my whole color wheel. I don't think I've ever done a full grid coloring puzzle by Qodec before. Maybe I have and I'm forgetting, but let's see, this is a pink, it would seem. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, to be clear. Like you don't have to set every puzzle to be in the same style. Just this feels distinctive. Okay, let's see. What color is this? Dark green is the answer? No, light green. It's light green. Okay, so what's left in this box? We still seem to need a yellow, a light blue, and a light green is the other one. Okay, and this cell isn't light blue. Sorry, is not light blue. Oh, it's not yellow either, so this one is light green. Okay, so now this is a write-in. If I'm willing to like look through my whole color palette, it's light green now, which makes this dark green, this light green, which makes this nothing, and this dark green. This row seems to be missing yellow and some other thing. Yellow and the other thing. Yellow and light blue. So that gives us a yellow light blue pair in this column. Means one of those is light blue. Oh, no, sorry, even better. Apparently this is not light blue. So that one's yellow and this one is light blue. I don't even have to do anything with a pair. It's very fancy like that. Purple is placed in box 3. I agree, which means we in theory know what this is. It's neither of the greens, neither of the blues. It's pink. Pink is the answer. One of these is light blue. Oh, column 5 has a yellow. Very true. Let's see, one of those is light blue. Let's see what's left in this box. We still need a red and a pink, I think, is what's left in this box. Uh-oh. What did I do? Oh, I made this yellow instead of making it not yellow. Thank you. Good catch, good catch. It still messes me up sometimes that I like want to, you have to click the color the thing isn't, which I don't think there's a better interface way to do, to be clear. I don't think this is like a, oh, Sven has clearly misset up the interface. I think this is a, I don't know that there's a better way to do it, but it does still cause problems all the time. This row needs a red, a pink, and a lime green, and the lime green is placed. So this is red or pink. Light blue, I guess light blue in this box is still up in the air a little bit. Yeah, orange is light green plus dark green, and dark green is double light green. So this is certainly a 3, 6, 9, and we already know it's not a 3. Because of the fact that it's bigger than 4 different digits. So this is now a 6 or a 9. And it's 3 times light green. So that means that light green is either a 2 or a 3. Which means that this dark green is either a 6 or an 8. Sorry, a 4 or a 6. Double it. Yeah, that all sort of like goes over there. I can't imagine that's going to be horribly useful for the moment. Hey, Liel Cheer, welcome, welcome. Hey, Eliseth, I loved the quilt you posted, by the way. I greatly enjoy the streaming day quilts that we regularly get around here. Light green is here by Sudoku. Oh, dark green looks across here. That's very helpful. Thank you, AFK. Like that. Makes one of these dark blue. Yeah, if orange is 6, then these are 1, 5, I suppose. is the consequence of that. That doesn't work for an absolutely horrendous reason, because I think it makes this 4 and that 4, but I really don't want to look at that. This is a naked yellow. Let's see. It's not light green. It's not light blue. It's not pink. It's not dark blue. It's not purple. It's not red. It's not orange. Could be yellow and it's not dark green. Yep. I agree. This is, as you say, a naked yellow. This column needs but 2 things. And those things are not purple. One of them is dark blue. And the other is another thing. Red, I want to say. The other one is red. In an effort to make this easier for Zeta, AFK has switched to Spanish. This is like that test they do to see if someone actually speaks a language that they want to pretend they don't speak, by like showing them like different colors or color words written in the wrong color word and seeing if it causes stress patterns in their brain. Purple is placed in row 8. Not purple, not purple. Agree. Well, the idea AFK is that you have someone who you think might be a spy from some country, and so they're trying to do it. So you're not like showing them the thing and like asking them to read the word even though it's wrong, or asking them to say what color it is. You're just showing them things and measuring their reaction to seeing red written in red and seeing red written in green. Is the thing I was thinking of. Let's see. Red, light, blue left in column 6. Red, light, blue, and pink? Yeah. You even said pink. I just missed it somehow. It might not be real. I think I saw it at the Spy Museum. Row 8 has a red. True. Okay, so this must be pink or light blue. I'm trying to decide if we can think about the arrows in a way that isn't just this combination doesn't work. So we know things like dark blue is the smaller one, light blue is the bigger one. This is the difference between them. So like red is certainly a maximum of 7. Yeah, I wonder if it's actually a question of like what color can be blank. Uh Uh, this is pink, everything breaks. Which everything? Uh, thing is, even the observation about the double fours, I don't think would really do very much. Like, it would let me write in a bunch of digits in the grid, of course, but even the deduction that I'm avoiding, it's not like I think it would resolve everything. Uh, uh, yeah, orange is bigger than both blues and both greens. Oh yeah, maybe that's the way to do it, is to just look at orange is bigger than all of these. Uh, and it's also bigger than red. This says orange is also bigger than red. So that says that orange is bigger than at least 5 things. So actually, if we could extend that one more, we'd have a really elegant proof uh, that orange isn't 6, because we actually now have 5 colors that we know orange is for sure bigger than. Uh, yeah, red was the 5th that I was counting. I don't see a 6th at the moment. Uh, yeah, I'm trying to get away from saying that in the orange 6 world, both red and green are 4. It's true, but I feel like there's probably something slightly more elegant going on than that. Uh, oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, I'm counting. Trying to count to 6. Yeah, there. If orange is 6, then yeah, those colors are exactly 1 through 5. That's a good way to say it. So yeah, so if that is true. Yeah, let's actually color these. That probably will make this more clear. Let's see. This can't be light green. It looks to me like it can be light blue or pink. Not dark blue, not purple. Could be red. Can't be orange, yellow, or dark green. And this one can't be light green, can't be light blue, could be pink, can't be dark blue, can't be purple, could be red, can't be orange, could be yellow, can't be dark green, I think. Uh, The Gary says this can't be red because then the red from box 8 and box 6 would look into box 5. Yeah, I guess that. Hey, Pietato. Yes, it makes both of these pink. Right. I agree with Garian's observation here, and I think my brain would like this more if it wasn't colors for this deduction, but I do agree it's true that the second this is red, one of these is red and one of these is red, and that breaks the red in this. This is some sort of like octagon pattern or something. So this is not red. I agree with that, which makes these a pair, which makes this not pink. Okay, and so the point is now we can see the orange's 6 world breaks really nicely, I think. Because oh no, not quite. Sorry, this would have to be it's the this is light blue breaks in the orange's 6 world very cleanly. Uh uh is what actually happens. Uh Yeah, I was trying to see a clean break on this, like that this number is definitely bigger than either pink or yellow, because one of these two cells is pink or yellow. So whatever this number is, it's bigger than pink or yellow. Uh and I do know that 9 lives in this plus sign at least. Uh okay, so Amir points out if this is light blue, then this has to be pink plus yellow. Because if this is light blue, then we know that light blue is red plus dark blue, and so we couldn't have a red in here. Oops, couldn't have a red in here at all. Sorry about that. Yeah. So this, if this is light blue, then we're saying light blue is pink plus yellow. I don't see an immediate reason for that to break. Okay, maybe we can just get away with just marking this if we're sufficiently careful about it. So we certainly know this is not a 3, because there's A23 that's not involved in this arrow at all. We know it's not a 9, at the very least, because of that. Yeah, this being a 4 insta breaks because it makes lime green 2. Oh no, sorry. This being a 4 would make these both 3, I guess, or sorry, both 2. Yeah, it breaks either way. I guess it's not as nice. It's definitely not 9 because light blue is on an arrow that adds to orange. It's not as clean as I wanted it to be, but if this is a 4, then this is 633. And so now these both have to be 2. I guess no, it's not that bad. If this is a 4, these are a 1, 3, which makes these 2, 2, which then makes that a 4. Yeah, that's worth noting. If this is a 5, of course, these have to be 1, 4. I don't see that immediately breaking. Right, we do know one of these two is 6. That is a totally fair deduction to make, because we know those two universes. Josh using uniqueness. Yeah, any of these sort of coloring arrow puzzles sort of beg you to use uniqueness. Yes, yes. The orange's 6 world is now broken pretty cleanly. Because if this orange is 6, it makes dark green 4, which makes these 2s, except now 4 looks at this arrow that now must be 5 and can't be 2, 3, or 1, 4. I'm happy with that. So we will take our orange 9 and bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Boop boop doop. Wow. Boop boop doop. Wow. Boop doop doop. Wee. Boop 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 boop. Wow. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so now all of the oranges are 9s. That makes this 6, 3, 3. That makes this 6, 3. I guess I can double click that. 3. Yeah, all greens of all kinds are done now. Oh. Sorry, row 9, column 3. Hey, Elm, welcome. Yeah, this cell just can't be red is a great point. Because if this is red, then this arrow says, and I think this was Chef of Death's point originally, if this is red, this says red plus pink is light blue, but we know it's red plus dark blue that's light blue. So this was just actually never red. We could have done that before and it would have been fine. Uh, 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 Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So this is 5, 6, sorry, 5, 7, 8, according to that. So that makes this 1, 2, 4. Uh, and yeah, red is the difference between these two. So red is red is certainly always odd, but we can even write in the 1, 8 would make red 7. 2, 7 would make red 5, and 4, 5 would make red 1. Uh, uh, okay. Oh, yeah, and this is a 1, 2, or a 4. Okay. Row 7, column 8 is purple. Why is row 7, column 8 purple? I know one of these two is purple. Oh, you want me to center mark this by color? It's not light green. It's not light blue or pink anymore because of this pair. It's not dark blue. It could be purple or red. It's not orange, yellow, or dark green. Uh, uh, yeah, if this is red, it pinches box 5 in the same way that Garion pointed out earlier, because if this is red, it makes that red and this red, and that makes both of these pink. So yeah, so this is not red. It is purple, which makes this purple. So we know that this is one of these colors. We know what... Oh, no, sorry. This is just blue or red, right? Uh, and this one's not light blue, true. Sure, we can color the last cell. It's not light green, light blue, could be pink. Dark blue, not purple. Could be red, not orange, not yellow, not green. Uh, so I think a lot of Garion's points might be able to sort of come down to the fact that we can do some like XO coloring on some of these things. Uh, I was reading AFK's point, but I didn't know what LB was, so I stopped reading it. Uh, but if AFK wants to tell me what LB is, I will read it again. Oh, it's light blue. I see. Okay. This being light blue breaks. I was like left button, like on a PlayStation controller or something. Uh, if this is light blue, then we need to make two different ways of summing to light blue that use none multiple of threes, and there aren't such ways. Uh, uh, yeah, you certainly, if you have no mod 3 arrows. I was actually looking to see if the fact that we knew where all the mod 3, so my brain was already sort of ticking on this basic idea that we know that all the zero mod 3s are gone. So I was curious if that was somehow relevant to the arrows. I wasn't looking in exactly this direction, but yeah, if this is light blue, then if we've got a light blue is either there's this weird symmetry when it comes to addition between 1 mod 3 and 2 mod 3, because 1 mod 3 is 2 2's mod 3 and 2 mod 3 is 2 1 mod 3's. And so regardless of what this is, whether it's 1 mod 3 or 2 mod 3, these two would have to be 2 of the other 3, but 2 of 3 can only be done in one way. So it's certainly not doable in two ways because of the whole like 3 thing. And so, yeah, I agree that is a very sweet way to see that this is definitely not light blue. And so then this is definitely not pink. And so this isn't red. This isn't red or blue. Let's see, this isn't pink. Sorry, isn't pink. So this isn't blue. This isn't pink. This isn't pink or red. Oops. Okay, and now I think we have finished our coloring, right? Yeah, if you want to express something in two different ways, you need 4 different digits to do it, which is a very common, actually, that is a very Qodec argument because of the like I think of Qodec as the one who most often uses the like region sum lines looking at each other, forcing how many different ways something can be combined kind of deduction, like the U-shaped region sum line that I love is a to my mind at least a Qodec innovation. Oh, I wasn't actually done the coloring. So yeah, and well, if you only have 3 things, you don't have 4 things. Uh, and note, you can have like 4 plus 4 equals 1 plus 7, and that's okay. But that's definitely not happening here. Uh, yeah, red being 7 makes both light blue and pink equal to 8. I agree with that. So this isn't 7. Which means these aren't 1 and 8 anymore. Okay, and so this is not 8 anymore. This is 5 or 7. So remember, these are either 2, 7, in which case this is this is 5, or this is 4, 5, and this is 1. So if red is 5, then light blue is 7. Red is 1. Yeah, so if this is 5, I get that we don't want to bash and case check, but if we bash and case check, it leads to a clean resolution. Is sort of, I think, missing the point of what a clean resolution is. Yeah, Emma's argument, I like these two are the same modularity for sure. And so red is the same modularity as yellow. And so if red is 5, then yellow must be 2 in order for this to work, right? And that's a problem because it makes 2 7s. I do I do like that that way of looking at it. So yeah, I think Emma's version cuts it down to one case. If this is 5, it breaks. So it also makes 2 2s. That's true. The making 2 2s, I think, is ultimately hinges in Emma's argument as well. Now, Tristan will take any argument that involves any amount of look ahead in 2 directions to say that there's a commonality between them. And I sometimes put those arguments in my puzzles because he likes them so much. Even though I'm generally not a let's look far ahead in 2 directions and see a commonality and fill it in person. Yeah, so anyway, the short version is however you would like to see it. Red is not 5. So therefore this is a 1, which makes this 5 and 4. Oh yeah, I can double click, can't I? Oh, I didn't actually click all the reds. And so this had better be, right, this can't be 4, so this has to be 7, which makes this 8, which makes this 2. Voila. A very un-Qodec beginning to a very Qodec ending, I would say, but very nice overall. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment, and I think I'm going to try and set something, but we'll see. Be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back. Here is my endeavor at a rule set that I suspect we will change before the end of the before the end of this, if this even works at all. But I want to do a grid shading puzzle with Minesweeper clues, not counting circles. Although, conveniently, counting circles are now introduced in Sudoku Maker, although I think counting circles are probably the most useless thing to have a solver for, right? I think, because you can't set a counting circles puzzle by putting down all the circles at a time, right? You have to sort of like make agreements with yourself about how you're going to do it. And so having the solver do it for you doesn't necessarily seem like it would be at all useful. But hey, it's there. And I'm happy to see them putting in new constraints in Sudoku Maker, even if I think it's like having a solver for negative constraint xv or something. It's like, okay, well, I'm not setting a negative constraint xv by putting all the clues in the grid and seeing if it works. So it doesn't quite have the same punch. I guess if you're setting if you're Skeptical Mario and you're setting I want no XVs in the grid, then having that solver is helpful. So maybe similarly, if you could set a negative constraint counting circle puzzle with no counting circles and say all possible counting circles are given or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's try and shade some things. Yeah, I mean, I assume it wasn't particularly difficult to implement. It just seems like one of the ones where it's like, yeah, I can see it tripping up newer setters by thinking that it would be useful to have. Okay, so if we've got a counting circle constraint, or not a counting circle, a Minesweeper constraint, we have to start by seeing what happens if you put one of these things in a corner. So naively, it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's definitely at least not 4, I'm prepared to say. Because if this were 4, all of these would be shaded. Yeah, zipper lines would be really nice. Zipper lines are nice. I'd like Chinese whispers, although calling them something slightly less racist might be preferable, but whatever, I'd like those in. What are the other ones? I'm trying to think, because there's a handful of constraints that my students like, and then ask how do you do them in Sudoku Maker, and I just tell them, oh, you just draw it in and just do all the logic yourself. And frequently that is not as appealing to the students. Currently, there are no rules about the shading at all, other than that it is a shading. It's definitely not yin-yang. So the original whispers were Chinese whispers, and the reason why they're called Chinese whispers is because Americans call the game where people like whisper things to each other and sort of pass it around a circle, and the idea is that like by the end it's much different than the thing at the beginning. They call that Chinese whispers, and this theoretically goes back to like some sort of argument that Chinese is hard to understand, or people speaking Chinese sound like they're whispering, or some vaguely like certainly not like very high on the like light racism, light xenophobia perhaps. German whispers are called German whispers because they're like Chinese whispers, but they were set for a puzzle competition in Germany. And so that is not at all racist. That's just a descriptive statement about where the rule set originated, because it was for some sort of Sudoku solving competition. But the whisper connection is there because Chinese whispers came up first, but it's a much less good constraint than German whispers, but it's still a fun constraint. Anyway, this can't be a 4. That's the short version. it could annoyingly be a 3. And so, like, the thing I don't really want is I really don't want this to be able to be a 3. And so that maybe makes me want it to be the case that I want to say something like the unshaded cells in the grid are connected, or something like that. Although I'm slightly concerned about that. Is it because of the stereotype that Germans are loud? That's not the actual etymology, but I love it. If we so is then there a stereotype that Dutch people are slightly less loud, but only slightly less loud than German people? Uh, Chinese whispers is adjacent digits along a Chinese whisper can't differ by more than 2. Which annoyingly does allow for the possibility that they're the same. But I was going to say the most recent puzzle I published was that, but no, the most recent when was that? Yeah, so that the other option, Emma suggests the other option in my head, which is something like I could say all the unshaded cells are connected, or I could say, and this might actually be much safer, that every cell needs to have at least one neighbor of its same shading. And that might work better. It allows more freedom, because the biggest thing I'm concerned about with this rule is this rule has a negative constraint. I'm hoping a very, very weak negative constraint, because you can always just fiddle with the shading in some way or another to make it so it doesn't break at the end. But I want it to have enough oomph that you can actually make deductions. And so there's this sort of push-pull between those two. And so yeah, I guess if every... not true if... Oh, sorry, yeah. So, yeah, actually, maybe the unshadeds are connected is maybe easier. Because then you can sort of strand 5, 7, 9s in shaded cells. And that gives you sort of, that gives you some amount of flexibility. Let's see how quickly it breaks horribly if we try unshadeds are connected. Or Emma suggests a version which is sort of like halfway between all unshadeds touch at least one other unshaded. Interesting. Let's try unshadeds are connected to start and see how horribly it goes. So if unshadeds are connected, this can't be a 3, because the only way this could be a 3 is if these 3 are shaded, right? Because if I do something like that, I've just basically said that we've got a 3, 6, 3 sort of black dot combination. And so setting 101, if you make your circle and it can only have 2 digits in it, put the same circle in the other corner so that you have a pair, so that you can draw a circle in the middle. So this now has to be at least a 3. And it can't be a 5, because if it were a 5, all of these would have to be shaded, because you're never putting a 5 in my collection of shaded ones. And 6 is horrendous for lots of reasons. So this would have to be 3 or 4. Uh, uh, okay, so if there's one shaded, if there's one shaded, couldn't it be anyone? Oh no, right. So if this is a one, right? Okay, yes. So that's a good point. No, you're. I think you're actually correct because if this is a one, then I can only have one unshaded next to it, right? Uh, so if this is a one, either it is shaded or it's unshaded, and if it's unshaded, the shaded definitely goes next to it. So if I shade this and it's the uh yeah, this is somehow much more complicated already than I thought this was going to be. Uh uh so yeah, so so I guess is the one shaded is a reasonable question out of these two. Like what does the one actually end up looking like? Uh how are we supposed to conceptualize this? Uh uh I'm okay if it ends up being sort of like very weird checkerboardy to keep from breaking, as long as it does it in some way that is interesting to solve. Like the fact that this badly wants you to have as little restriction as possible is, I think, very interesting. Uh, so one can't be shaded. What's wrong with one being shaded? I'm trying to understand why one being shaded would be bad. That would just say these three are consecutive, right? If one is shaded, it only needs a two if there's another shaded cell next to it. Right? And there won't be another shaded cell next to it if the one is shaded. Uh, Now, if the one is unshaded, the other unshaded cell that it's next to can't be there. So if the one is unshaded, the cell below it is a two. Uh, the current requirement that we're attempting is either uh, all of the unshadeds are connected, or every unshaded has at least one unshaded next to it. And conveniently, for the purpose of looking at only the 2x2 in the corner, both of those are the same. Uh, uh, yeah, the one, if it's unshaded, has a two below. Is the punchline of this? Uh, uh, hmm. I mean, my plan after Sudoku fails horribly is to just make this not a Sudoku puzzle in some way. So I'm not that concerned about the Sudoku version not breaking, but I don't have any intuition for this yet. Uh, uh, yeah, let's just fill in a 1 and a 2. Why not? Uh, so if we just want to see like what actually happens with this 1. So the 1 is either shaded or it has a 2 below it. Those are the options. I guess what's true is one of these two is shaded, right? Because if the 1 isn't shaded, I need to shade this because it's not a 2. So actually, for purposes of the 1, this cell's always shaded. Or sorry, always unshaded. Wait, no, sorry, always shaded, right? Either the 1 is shaded, in which case everything is unshaded, or this cell needs to be shaded in order to not break the 2. So I think that means this is always... Sorry, these two are always unshaded, is the point. Uh, yeah, so these two are always opposite because this is a 1. So yeah, this is always one of each. And these two are therefore consecutive. So we can add an element of A. If we want to sort of keep track of this, we can add the 2 kinds of dots, which I can never remember what they're called here. Can add a difference dot there. So yeah, I guess actually, funnily enough, if this is shaded, so if this is unshaded, actually, then that's a 2 and that's a 3. Fascinating. And it just can't be a 5 because it just can't be a 5 because there aren't 5 cells for it to see that could be shaded, right? Like it's at most a 4 just by purposes of that. The 2 shaded, I feel like, can be just about anything it wants to be. Because, like, it could, for example, be like, these 2 are shaded. Yeah, we can certainly, like, try, like, putting a circle here and see what happens. Yeah, let's just throw a circle here, just see what happens. So, like, naively, this is 2, 3, or 4. 4 is actually annoyingly possible, isn't it? 4 is actually possible because of where we are, even in the grid. Yeah, 4224 would be fine, or 4848. would also be fine, was the one I was thinking about, but conveniently 4 works both ways. Interesting. Okay, now I kind of want to change this and just say that a digit in a circle, instead of the negative constraint, what if the digit just counts the amount of dots that you could put in the borders around the cell? So, like a circle here would actually just count how many dots you got around all of these borders. Of the white or black variety. That might be that might get us like a lot of the joy of this without the horror that it's going to break after it's going to break constantly. Yes, all 12 slots. Could always delete cells. Yeah, deleting cells is always an option. Yeah, that was filed under the category of make it not a Sudoku if the Sudoku part is causing problems. But I was hoping there would be sort of more interesting beginning stuff to work with. This feels a little irksome. But Minesweeper clues that count the number of borders with something seems more fun. Yeah, if this is unshaded, then of course certainly that's shaded, and now these have to be 2 and 3, and this is a 4, so all of that is shaded. Uh, uh, and then it's actually just broken, right? In this particular instance. Oh, I was just saying just lose the shading altogether. So yeah, so actually this is even broken already. If we say if we say that the colors have to be connected. If we go with Emma's version, this just has to be shaded like this. This has to be an 8. Now I can't make either of these yellow because as soon as I make either of these yellow, I need to dream up a digit that doesn't exist. If you say that the greens have to be connected, then this would also have to be green, and it would need to be a 4. It's not the box 4 that's broken. It's if this green needs to get out, then it's already broken. So you end up with something like that going on. And that would, of course, also end up being green. Yeah, this is now like kind of where I was hoping to be. So this now is an 8. This is a 4. These are something and something. This is basically from just starting with a given 1 here. All of this sort of happens. So what is left in this box, just for my sanity? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Oh yeah, this is definitely green, true. Because it can't be the other thing, right? Yeah, so currently, just to recap what we're actually doing, it's currently that, right? Uh, uh, yes, I agree. This can't be yellow. It's green. Because if it were yellow, it would have to be a 3, and it can't be. So that ends up being green. Uh, and now we end up with stuff that was sort of like what I was hoping for, which is like if this is green, now we've got this big mass of green, and that's kind of interesting. This isn't 9. Ah, right, because it would have to connect to an 8 somewhere, and it can't. Agree. Uh, oh, yeah, these are gone, by the way. Yeah, one of these needs to be green, which is going to suck up another even digit in this box, which is something I'm interested in sort of using. Like if this is green, it immediately shoves a 6 in here. I don't think there can be a circle here, right? Because the circle here would need to be at least 5, and it's not at least 5. I probably should, by the way, use like an actual like shading color. These aren't my usual colors. I'll use that for unshaded, just so it's more clear which things are important and which things aren't. Oh, we did use that this wasn't a 2. Okay, so we should still have, thank you. We should also have a circle over here with a 2 that we don't know what to do with yet. Very good. Yeah, the yellow stuff is the shaded stuff, and then the like uninteresting color is the uninteresting stuff. Could always do circle counts the number of things that match its color. Yeah, so if this is a circle, it forces it to be certainly no more than 6. Oh, it can't even be 6. It would have to be 5. Yeah, so let's put a circle here. I do think we also, in addition to this being a 1, we also assumed this wasn't shaded, I think. Yeah, 6 would break the shading, needing the unshaded cells needing to have something next to them. So this has to be a 5. Means that's definitely yellow. One of these two has to be a 6. So if this is yellow, it's a 2. And if it's gray, it's a 6. So this digit, funnily enough, is always even, and it's always a 2 or a 6. Yeah, this is only 1, 2, 3, 6. I agree with that. Oh, sorry. This one is also from 1, 2, 3, 6, right? Actually, both of these I think are only from 1, 2, 3, 6. Because it's either on a yellow dot or it is a 6. I mean, it's also true of this one, but yeah, these are both 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay, let's see. This cell can't be yellow, right? Oh yeah, this cell I know. Sorry, let me take Luna's point. This is never a 6 because one of these two is the 6 that goes with the 5. This cell being this cell being yellow is okay. Yeah. Okay, so therefore this isn't 3. I agree because that one isn't 6. Totally agree. We do know there's a 2 in here somewhere. Is a circle here possible? No, because these would have to all be... Because this would be unshaded. Oh, that's 7. So yeah, maybe it is just possible. I kind of want to circle here, actually. Because we now know what it is. It's now a 3. Oh, it just can't be a 3, right? This digit can't ever be a 3. This digit's always 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this can no longer be a circle. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 as well. Sorry, 3. Oh, yeah, it's not 3. Yeah, if this is gray, then this has to go 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just in order for this to possibly work, which is interesting. Why unshaded? Why is what unshaded? Because it's a 6. Oh, I guess it could be a shaded... No, it can't be a shaded 6. That one can be a shaded 6. This one can't. Oh, box 1 has a 5. Good point. Yeah, this can be an unshaded... Or sorry, this can be a shaded 6. This can't be a shaded 6. Okay, so that means that's not 4. Even this number is at least 5. Oh, yeah, this one can't be a 9. I agree, because if that one's not an 8. Interesting, interesting. Oh yeah, we can sort of note that there's an overlap between the world where this is a 6 and the world where this is a 6. Uh, there's a 4 and an 8 down here is a very fun thing to use. Like that does seem very relevant because those sort of want to both be on unshaded cells together. Okay. Where is the nicest place to put a circle? Uh, right, if I put the circle back here, it now is a 3. In fact, it's just broken, right? If I put a circle back here, I think it's broken now. Because if I put a circle here, if it's a 3, it can't be one of the shaded cells. So it would be unshaded, and these 3 would be shaded. But that doesn't work because the 2 is down there. So yeah, either this is unshaded or this is unshaded, to go back to Luna's point. If this is unshaded, it's a 6. If this is unshaded, it's a 6. And in fact, this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is just never a 6. And that gets us parity over here because that means this isn't 5 or 7. And this isn't 4, 6, or 8. It's 5, 7, or 9. So yeah, I think circle here is outright impossible now. Circle here, though, might be interesting. Heaven forbid circle here. Actually, even here is kind of interesting, just sort of trying to branch back into this row. Let's see, AFK says row 5, column 2 has to be a 5, and it's bonkers. It can't be an unshaded 2. I'm trying to understand why it can't be an unshaded 2. Yes, that's right. Definitely, that's a good point to make, is that any sort of collection of 4 cells that are all in a box have to have a shaded cell in them somewhere. You can't sort of dodge that because you'd end up with a, like, as AFK says, a loop that would be bad. We don't want a loop that would be bad. So yeah, so then it would have to be at least 3, but it can't be 3 or 4, so it'd have to be at least 5. which is then getting a little bit into crazy territory. What about this cell? This cell we've gotten a lot of cute restrictions on. Can this possibly have a circle in it? I think it can. It's certainly not a 1. Uh, 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 we could also have a shaded 6, though, couldn't we? Can't we have a shaded 6 here next to the 3 and an unshaded 6 here? I think that works. Yellow is shaded. So yeah, I think we could have a gray-yellow pair where this is a 3, and I think that would be okay. Gray is always not shaded. The like inoppressive gray. If it's like that gray or that gray, those are shaded. But the lightest possible. I'd prefer this gray be lighter than this. And usually my gray, like in Sudoku pad, has a little bit of a hint of how do you say that? Anyway, yeah, this is now definitely gray. I agree. Yeah, this is now definitely gray. Thank you to Chef of Death. Yeah, this is now definitely gray. So this is now definitely yellow by the 5. And so this is definitely a 6, and this is a 1 or a 6. We have dodged the real nightmare scenario over here. This isn't a 6, so that is a 6, which makes that an 8, which means this is also a 7 or a 9. And it's, funnily enough, it's the same 7, 9. You want a circle here that would make like make me shade like everything in the entire universe? Yeah, my light gray, my Sudoku pad gray has a little bit of blue in it, and it's much lighter. So I think my Sudoku pad gray, I think, sends pretty soundly. This is not the interesting color. This is 2, 1, or 3, 6. Interestingly, these two are never yellow, right? Because if this is a 3, the yellow definitely doesn't go next to it. And if it's a 2, we have all the yellows. So these are always unshaded. Yes, the gray 6 means this is always yellow. That's very clean. This being a 2 breaks horribly, I'm told. Okay, so if this is yellow now, this has to be a 2 and a 1. Because if it's gray, it needs to be 5 or 7, and it can be neither. Yeah, there's a 7, 9 pair and a 5 looking at it is the issue. And now the circle is 3. Right, now the circle is 3. Haha. Okay, and all of these are gray. This is a 6. One of these two is a 2. It's so forcing. I worry about something that forcing when we have so many things that are forcing already. Oh, the 5 is broken or the puzzle is broken? Yes. Now this cell has to be yellow. I agree. Because if, well, this would have to be a 6 or an 8 to be next to here. So this cell's yellow. If these are both gray, it could be a 1, 2, or a 2, 3, somewhat annoyingly. Yeah, right. This cell can't be gray because there'd be no even in these. Because we previously noted the even that this goes with, if it were there, is 6. So this goes with an even here, and that even is 2. Right? Which seems to make this digit a 3. And now we're broken. Yes, we have 5, 7, 9 in box 4 are now over here. Aha. Okay, so there's a lot of interesting logic that goes on with this. I think this is the right idea. So we have to do something weird. What weird thing do we want to do is the question. It's not that 5, 7, it's not that we've broken the rule. We've broken actual Sudoku because the rule is fine. But there's just a straight up Sudoku problem that we need to put 5, 7, and 9 into box 4, and they can only go there. So we should just add S cells to the puzzle, and it'll be fine. And we'll have as our first deduction that one of these two cells is an S cell. So now the solver knows row 1, column 1 is shaded. Perfect, yes. That is true. I mean, I had assumed from the outset that probably I was going to do something weird with Sudoku with this. I don't know what the weird thing is yet, though. Like, is the weird thing that I'm just going to, like, drop this cell out of the grid entirely or something? Or we could drop like this square or something out of it or something. Let's see, if we just like X this square out of existence, does that fix the problem? Saying 1 is consecutive with 9 is beautiful. I like saying 1 is consecutive with 9 as an option. And likewise 7 black dots 8 because of mod 10 math or something. Uh, yeah, I'm trying to see if we just say this cell just doesn't exist, does that make this problem go away? Is the question, or is the problem more fundamental than that? Uh, Consecutives in column 5 is still broken. Can it not go 2 1 3? Is this fundamentally broken? Ah, because of row 5 column 4. Yes, 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 you're right. I see. I see. Uh Okay, so yeah, so we can certainly we certainly need to break Sudoku at this point with this arrangement if we want this to work. The question is, if we just delete this cell from the grid, is it enough? I do agree this being a 2 no longer works because of what we just saw, actually, funnily enough. This sort of trio here, this trio here is very interesting. But yeah, I agree that this column is also kind of borked. I'm trying to decide what the nicest way to handle this is. Uh, well, if you delete a cell, then you don't need to have all of 5, 7, and 9 in the box. Certainly delete like both of these, or like delete this whole box or something. Yeah, you could just omit one is the point. Yeah, and then you okay, yeah. What is the most elegant way to handle this? It is probably to just like remove all of these, right? From the Sudoku puzzle. Uh that still doesn't quite address what's going on over here though, unfortunately. With this 3 up here. Uh I'm never creating a puzzle backwards. Basically. Uh, Like, a puzzle you create backwards is just never going to have a nice solve path is the problem. Uh, I'm mostly contemplating the nature of how one would go about sort of like just deleting stuff from the grid. Because I've done that before, and it's worked reasonably well. To just have cells that don't have to follow Sudoku stuff. So sort of like just have sort of just some cells where nothing happens. Uh, and I think that's fine. Uh, but I need to also be able to fix this over here, which is a larger problem to fix, right? Uh, because we still can't actually make this series of cells work, right? Uh, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. I'll think about it. Oops, wrong button. There we go. So I'm thinking, perhaps instead of having it be exactly like this, how about we instead say uh, shaded cells that are adjacent satisfy some sort of relation, and unshaded cells don't satisfy any relation, and then we still count them. I wonder if that would work. So just make it so that we have uh, let me try and write this up and put it on the screen. Uh, so uh, so it would be shade some cells so that shaded cells are connected. Adjacent shaded cells either have a 2-to-1 ratio or are consecutive. And then a digit in a circle, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we could always do like a German whispers sort of thing is also a fun idea. I feel like I might have to pay royalties to Itch.io if I do that, but it does seem very feasible. Okay, so let me make a copy of this and put it on screen so that it is the right thing. Okay, so let's Save this, please. Do, 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 do. Okay, and please hold for one moment while I swap around stuff and find where this file is. Delete that one. Wait, that one, right? No, that one. That doesn't look right. Oh, sorry, this is the, there we go, that one. Delete that. I nearly deleted this, the scene that I was streaming in instead of the rules. This is why we have Tristan around. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so yeah, so now we've got a little bit more going on here in terms of, we've definitely got a lot more flexibility because we have no requirement about shaded versus unshaded. Okay, so it could be that only one, so like here, again, we're sort of in the like, naively, this could be 1, 2, 3, or 4. Is it really possible to come up with a loop of digits that meet this requirement? I don't think so, but admittedly, it's not clear. Oh, it is possible. No, I can't put the 2 and the 4 next to the 3. Yeah, okay, yeah, all shaded cells are supposed to be connected. I think I can't actually make all of these shaded, although admittedly that's not even super obvious. Yeah, what's the elegant way to see that? Or maybe it's just not true. That would also be fair. Certainly, if I wanted all of these to, like, if I want to shade a 2 by 2 inside of this, it's going to be quite difficult / impossible. Oh, 3, 6, 5, 4. Okay, so it just is possible. Yep, there you go. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so it is possible. Okay, so this can be 1, 2, 3, or 4. Excellent. Okay, but we can certainly play around with throwing in some extra circles here to try and break various combinations of this. Or we could start by giving the value of this or something like that. That is also an option. Let's see. Which of those do I like best? Like if I put 2 circles here and here, how many circles do I need to put here before it's forced? What's going on? It's like this circle is less than these 2, and both of those are less than this one. So this one certainly has to be at least 4. I will say, if I did not have such previous trauma with Sudoku X, I definitely would do that. If you have sort of 4 options, the natural thing to do is to make a Sudoku X, except Sudoku X is hell, and you should not ever make a Sudoku X. But it's like the most obnoxiously constraining constraint that doesn't look like it should be that constraining. Now, if I could get 4 out of here, I might be okay with making a diagonal. A single diagonal is okay. It's when you put 2 diagonals together that bad things start to happen. Okay, how about, for purposes of the existing thing, we just start with this. Anti-night is considerably less bad, but anti-night is also horrible. 2, 3, 5, 8. Okay, and so we need something that connects with 2 of those. So I think if I make either of these 2, it's going to be challenging. Yeah, 6 does. I'm trying to see how horrible it is to argue that 6 is the only thing that can go here. And I'm not even completely convinced that 6 is the only thing that can go here. So it might be that 6 is the only thing that can go here. If either of these is 2, then the only things that can go here are 1 and 3. And that doesn't work because 1 and 3 don't connect back. Yeah, I guess 8 is probably the easiest one to eliminate. If this is 8, then this can only be 7 or 9, but of these, those only connect to 8. So I think 8 is pretty easy to eliminate. And these being a 2-3 pair is also pretty easy to eliminate because the only things 2 connects to are 1 and 3, and the only things 3 connects to are 2 and 6. So these can't be a 2-3 pair, so one of them is 5, and the only thing 5 connects to is 6. And then looking backwards, now 6 has to connect to this, so it can only be a 2. So that gets you this. Okay, I think that is a pretty nice way of articulating how this works. Okay, and so now we have to get out of the box somehow. Let's see. So yeah, so we're gonna have to make sort of like at least one tentacle out of the box. Yeah, 6 can connect to 7, so we could 6, 7, 8 our way out of the box, or we could 4, 3, 2, 1 our way out of the box. We certainly can't connect through the 5. 5 can't connect to anything else. Okay, so I think the natural thing to do then is to put a circle here. This now has to be a 5, but it's not the 5 that connects to something else. Therefore, it is this that connects to something else, and the only thing it can connect to is 7. So therefore, this is also gray, right? And we definitely need to get out of the box, but we could take one more stop over here if we wanted, right? If we wanted this to be yellow. So the only things left in the box, just for purposes of enumeration, are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That's not it. 1, 2, 8, and 9. So yeah, this could be a 2 if that was yellow. I don't think this being a 7 is going to work out great for us. Although technically it might be possible, actually. Okay, let's see. But a circle here, maybe? Oh, saying you're not allowed to have an unshaded 2x2, that might be a reasonable thing to add. If this is a circle, oh, it's annoying. It could be a 1. It could be a 1. Very sad. This would have to be an 8, but that would mean I'd have to... Oh, yeah, sorry. I'd have to do, like, that, which probably does not work out well. This being a circle would make it a 2, which is perhaps interesting. Because we'd already have our 2. Oh, right. This could be a 2 still. If it's unshaded. Except... Oh, that actually does do interesting things, I think. We can still exit box 1 this direction, can't we? Oh, no, we can't, because if this is a 2, then the 3 no longer has a way out. Yeah, there's no longer a way to connect. So yeah, we either need to, yeah, not if the 2 is gone. Yeah, right. So yeah, so if this is a circle, it does indeed have to be an 8. And there's basically no way that it works that all of these are yellow, right? 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 He said, hoping. I don't really want to prove it, but I don't think it works. It doesn't sound like it would work. That's kind of a proof, right? Do we want to see? Do we want to see if this being an 8 really works? Okay, so this would have to be a 9. It does not. Because this has to be a 9, and then both of these have to be 8. Oh, right. Sorry, that could be 4. Would have to be 4. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, but obviously it's not 9. It would have to be 4. I've forgotten what we're doing in our lives. Let's see. So this would have to be 8 for sure. This actually might just work fine, isn't it? That all seems fine, doesn't it? Okay, let's try this just out of sheer absurdity of it. Although I worry this might make the rest of the puzzle less interesting. But let's try it. It's absurd enough. It just might work. Okay, so 8 makes all of this yellow. So now this 7 definitely connects to an 8. This is 4, 7, or 9. 9 is right out. This is 4 or 9. 9 is right out. So this is always 4, right? So these digits are 2, 3, 5, and 8. Well, that one's certainly not an 8. So 7 here doesn't work because 7 doesn't connect to any of these. So this is a 4. Now, in fact, 4 does connect to any of these. Wait, 7 can connect to 6. Did I screw something up here? Oh, I was only writing in the things that could connect to 4 here, is what I was writing in. And then I was going to look at this up here, because this had to be 4. It was the only thing that could go here, because of the fact that 9 was a problem. And now this can be anything of those that connects to 4, and this can be anything of these that connects to 4. I believe all of that works. So I think we've got a fair and a reasonable thing. If we wanted this to be a yin-yang now, we would know the whole border. Oh, column 2 has a 5. True. Column 2 has a 5. I guess also if we wanted this to be a yin-yang, we'd have some problems involving 2x2s. Oh yeah, none of these are 8 anymore. True. Can this also be an 8? Let's make the entire world shaded. Let's see. So what is our... Unfortunately, this could still be shaded if it's a 2. And indeed, actually, 2 and 1 there is fine. What about here now? This would certainly, if this were a circle, it'd certainly have to be 2 or 3. In either case, it's certainly unshaded. Like, the problem here is now we've sort of made it so that the connectedness is not going to be an issue for a long time. Not a huge issue, to be clear. We have this annoying possibility that this would be a 3, and it would be that would be the third one, and it would do some weird thing like that to sort of connect through here. Let's see, there's a 4 over here, by the way. There's a 4 down here. Let's see, if I make this a circle, there's no way this could also be 8, right? I think this might be a good circle. So it would be at least 3. But if it were 8, all of this would be yellow. And all of that being yellow, I think, doesn't work. Because this 8 here would need to connect with a 7-9 pair here. And then the 9 would need to connect to an 8, except it doesn't have an 8 it can connect to. So that was already the 8. So yeah, so I guess you could do it by thinking about nines, or you could do it by thinking about exactly what these things would be. In any event, yeah, if I make this a circle, it simply is a 3, which gives us lots of gray around here. Makes this not a 3 anymore. And restricts somewhat what digits we can be putting in various other circles, like a hypothetical circle, say, here. Oh, I guess there is kind of boring, right? There it could be 1. Yeah, circle here would just be 2. I kind of want to put a circle like here where it's got to be 1 or 2, but it does mean there's got to be a yellow over here somewhere, and that yellow has to connect somehow. I think that's almost getting to the point where it's interesting. Although I guess this has been a 1 or a 2 from the very beginning, so maybe it's not so interesting. Yeah, I want to sort of use this pile of grays in an interesting way. And it is difficult to get this pile of grays to be used in an interesting way. We never connect through this 8, right? Because this 8 can only connect to... Oh, it could maybe connect to a 7 up here. Never mind, sorry. The 8 coming here would have to be a 9. Hey, Ambrose, how are you doing? The grays are currently free to be whatever, although we've swapped around exactly what the requirements are in a variety of ways as we've sort of been setting this. But this way seems to be working out okay. Maybe this 3 clue did not do enough to justify its existence. I am sorry, 3 clue. This being a 5 is kind of interesting as well in terms of connectedness. I'm a little afraid that adding anti-Kropke on the border is going to result in something that's going to break horribly at the very end. That is my main aversion to adding anti-Kropke. Although I would kind of like there to be some tension on the unshaded cells as well. We can certainly try it. Let's see how horrendously it breaks if we imagine that we need to have anti-Kropke on shaded, unshaded stuff. Oh, unshaded touching unshaded need to differ by at most 2, or need to differ by at least 5. I know that doesn't feel like a natural pairing. There's nothing that really sort of pairs naturally with Kropke in that way, I think, because of the fact that Kropke is sort of so interesting on its own. Yeah, if we do say that the unshadeds are also connected, we do get this, and then we get to test people's knowledge of which parts of yin yang are from the 2x2 rule and which parts of yin yang are from the other rule. See, there is an 8 up here. We could put 2 circles here and here and place the 8. which is an interesting idea. Like if I put, in fact, I could put the two circles anywhere that I wanted along there, and it would be fine. Like a circle, any of these two that I put a circle in can't be 8. Okay, kind of like that version. Would place an 8 here. This one is larger than that one, so this one is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Although it can't be a 6 because it would make that one a 4. Can't be 4 or 5 because it's looking at those. Okay. So actually, this is actually kind of interesting, just having these two circles here, because now this one I know is bigger than this one, so this one can't be a 3 now. This being shaded now doesn't work. Oh, maybe it does, actually. It might be okay. I like this pair up here. I think this works as shaded if it escapes this way. Going 2, 4 something. And then this is a 3 with one of these two being shaded and escaping this way. I think that just works. At least in my head, that worked well enough that I didn't think about it further, but it seemed like it just barely worked to me. These certainly can't both be shaded, I am prepared to say. Which is almost interesting, because if these are both shaded, then the only way I'm allowed to get out is through here, which is an 8, which I like a lot. So does the fact that these aren't both shaded tell me something that is interesting? I'm not sure. But I like a lot that these can't both be shaded as a deduction. But I just need one more piece of information somehow. Just to get in this. Sorry, I guess the correct statement... Let's see, is this ever shaded? If this is shaded, then that's shaded. So if it's shaded, it's definitely a 3. That would also be shaded. Therefore, neither of these would be shaded, and we'd need to get one of these to be shaded. I feel like we're close, but not quite there to having that kind of deduction work. We probably need something about nines. Unfortunately, like the thing I was kind of wanting was to like say that like a 9 would get placed up here and it can't, but that just is not how the world works. I don't see why it doesn't. AFK, it sounds reasonable to me. We just know these two are never both shaded. One second, be right back. Ooh, wrong button again. There we go. I was thinking like circle over here to make a 1, 2, 3 triple and place the 9, but I don't know about that. Does circle here do something I'm not seeing? If this is shaded, what does it count? I mean, it would have to count this if this is shaded. So these are shaded together, which would mean that it would have to look like this. It would go 2, 3. And it would look like that, I think would be forced. So I think as soon as this is shaded, we get this arrangement. The only way that these are 3 and 1 is for both of these to be shaded. Which might theoretically be allowed to make this a 9, but I think this could never be 9. So it would have to be 4. So the only way a 3-1 combination works is if these are both yellow and this one is a 4. I kind of want to stick another circle up here somewhere just to make a triple in the row. But I'm not sure that that accomplishes a whole lot. I mean, of course, it would make a 9 over here, and then that would make a 1-2 pair here, which is kind of interesting. Maybe that is interesting enough to be worth sort of checking. Like if I put a circle here, this might just break. It might insta-break, I don't know. But it certainly is also a 1, 2, 3, so it would certainly make that a 9, which would make these a 1, 2 pair, which is interesting. My biggest concern about this is that I worry that would happen way earlier than someone figured out this stuff. And it would make this whole thing kind of sort of happen too early relative to the other stuff. Yeah, 7 in row 1 is definitely going over here, is definitely the sort of thing I was looking at. So 7 is over here is a very reasonable thing to mark. Yeah, and so is 6. Is a very reasonable also thing to mark. Because this row needs a 6 and a 7. It is, but there's no way it would let us finish the puzzle. Is there, AFK? Do you know there's a 4 in there? Is a circle here interesting? Let's see if a circle here is interesting. Well, it's not a 1. Could theoretically be a 2, not a 3. Looks like it could be a 4 or a 5, but not 6, 7, 8, or 9. If it's a 9, then all of this, I mean, that just has horrendous consequences. Oh, and there's a 4 in the box, even better. It's never yellow. 5 seems difficult, but this 8 also seemed difficult, so I'm not wholly prepared to declare it immediately sunk. Thinking 763 is a very natural feeling way to do that. That seemed apt. Now, can I use the fact that this is actually at most 5 to say something about some other cell? Very possibly. suggesting the 3, 2 here. 7 up there also seems plausible. Interestingly, I think a circle here would also have to be 2, 5. And I think that might... No, that doesn't work. It would break. It would break with these. Close, not quite what I was looking for. Let's see. Do I use this 8? I really want to use this 8. It breaks because it makes these all unshaded. And that breaks these because I know one of these two is shaded. Now we could certainly try and shove the 8 over in a different place over here. Like we could try... something like... these two and see the 8 over there. I don't love that. I think I like this version better. But I acknowledge it does make life a little bit weird in terms of how these are being used. Yeah, the 1, 2, 2, 3. Agree with Luna, you like the 2 5s. Is a circle here plausible? We can try it with the 2 5 pair. I'll be just sad about my 8, but we can do that trick later if we'd like. Yeah, so these are, if you just write in what they can be, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Except you're never making either of these circles 9. This one at least isn't a 1. This one could plausibly be a 1. Neither of them is a 4 because there's a 4 in the box. So actually 1 and 2 is possible here, I think. If they are a 2 5 pair, then their cells they differ by 3, which would make all 3 of these shaded and all 3 of these unshaded. So unless this is a 1, these are all unshaded. Sorry, unless this is a 1, this cell is shaded. And 1 here definitely goes with a 2 here. So I think that means this is never 5, is I think what we're proving, right? If this is a 5, then this is a 2, which means all of these are unshaded except for the 2 that are already shaded. Sorry, all of these, which means I would need 5 shaded in these 3 cells. So this is never a 5. It's a 1 or a 2. And yeah, 1 5 doesn't work either, right? Is another point that chat is making, because 1 5 would mean these two had to differ by 4, and the most they can differ by is 3. So yeah, one of them is always a 2. Which suggests that I want to circle over here, doesn't it? Uh, uh, kind of. Oh, does this actually work with this if I'm willing to go with the 1-2 route? This might actually... I said this broke, but that was when I wasn't paying attention to the fact that these didn't have to be a 2-5 pair. We might actually be able to combine both of these because of the 2-5 just doesn't work. If I put this back, is the interesting thing. The 2 here doesn't work because a 2 here would make all of these unshaded, which would make these 2 equal. So actually, I think I like the world where this is a 1, and when this is a 1, this is therefore a 2, not a 5, I think is what we've previously noted. So that means all of this is unshaded. And only one of these is shaded. And we know one of these two is shaded, so this is always shaded. And that one can't be... Actually, sorry, no, this one can be shaded. What are these? Actually, I think this doesn't work because of the numbers that are left in this row, funnily enough. Actually, no, there's a 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9. So I think this probably snakes out like this. Is probably what has to happen. So yeah, the difference of these is 1 now, we know, because exactly one of these two is yellow. So I blame Sudoku Maker for not having the Zeta approved uninteresting color more than anything. Oh, right. The 1 says it can't snake out like this. Right. So so this just yeah, this just now, because it can't snake out like that, this has got to be gray. So this has got to be yellow, which means that's yellow. And now these therefore are 4 and 5 and not 9. This can't be yellow. So this is definitely yellow. That's a 9. This is never yellow. It's just a question of whether this is or not. Let's see, what are the remaining digits in here? Let's see, 4 goes next to... It's not what? Four here would have to go with a 3, right? Yeah, so, yeah, I guess you could just write in. A 4 here would have to go with a 3. Because the 5 is up here, and the 2 is up here, and the 8's up there. And the 5 here would have to go with a 6. So I think this is always a 3-6. And just for our sanity, we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, yes, that is really nice. Is that, yeah? Now this can't be yellow because the 3 here would have to go with a 4, but we just said the 4 here would have to go with a 3. So this is always gray as well, which then gives us a 2 and a 1 over here. Makes these a 2-1 pair and that a 9. Makes these not 1, of course. So these are now a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And these are 5 and 9. And yeah, I don't think there's anything to stop us from going 5, 6, 7. I like that a lot. The play of all of this is very nice. If I put a circle here now, it forces that, which is probably possible. And I don't think that would be clear until you had filled in basically this whole box as we have now. Let's try a circle here. It very well might break, but it would have to be a 6 because if it were a 3, it would... Oh, a 3 doesn't necessarily break connectedness, does it? I was thinking a 3 would definitely break connectedness, but actually it could escape over there. Yeah, right, sorry. It could escape out that direction. We don't actually know. Yeah, a circle here now drags this along. Does this work as a 6? I don't see why not. Or did you mean if it was circled? Uh, uh, it felt to me like it almost certainly did, but I admit I did not check it. But then annoyingly, it can also be a 3 if it goes around there and all of this stuff is gray. But anyway, we got to use our placed 8, which is all I really wanted. So I am happy. Oh, actually, I think it might. So if this is circled, it's definitely not a 7, which places the 7 here. Oh, actually, that just works exactly how you want it to, doesn't it? Because now if this is a 6, then that's a 3, which can't connect over there, and all of this combines. Or the other option is that it's a 3, in which case this is a 6 and the 7, and this goes here, in which case this would have to be an 8, and all of this would be gray. So these 3 are all the same color, is the conclusion of that. They're all pomegranate. And this is the non-pomegranate color. Blueberry breeze, question mark. I don't think that's really helpful. It's just sort of like my explaining to myself how this works. 7 there puts 8 there, which is kind of interesting with the 4. 6 there puts 3 there, and then all of these are yellow. Is there one of these? Oh, sorry, it could be a 6. You're right. It could be a 6 in the world where it's shaded. Yeah, you're right. Would be a 6 or an 8. Probably there's a way to break one of these combinations, though. If all of these are yellow, it does really put a lot of pressure on where I'm putting 9 in here to avoid breaking connectivity. Because I can definitely have a yellow 9, but it's very specific, and the yellow 9 never helps with connectivity. I wish this number was just a little bit different. It's so blunt to circle it, is the problem. Wait, is that true? Or did you mean one of these two? Oh, sorry. No, you mean one of these two. I just can't count to 3 is the problem. Yeah, one of these two is always a 6. How early would a circle here have ruined everything about what we just did is the question. If a circle here wouldn't have done anything until this point, like would it have broken the 2-5 possibility? Like with this being a 5, maybe this could have been a 5 and this could have been some other big number. Let's see. If all of these are yellow, then that digit's a 9, right? Circle at row 3, column 8 is boring, but it works. It's true. Definitely it can't be a 3 here. So it'd have to be a 6. It would make that a 3. I'd rather force this to be a 6, if I'm being honest. Which is why I'm sort of drawn to this idea of putting a circle over here. I'm just worried a circle over here would cause problems. But we can try the circle here. Maybe it'll work better. This might also break. But my biggest worry is that it might have done something. Yeah, because we knew sort of as soon as we had these two circles, we knew 6 and 7 were up here. I don't think this works. I think that that's a little too. Oh, also, it's not possible. Not being possible also sounds bad. Because yeah, 1 only connects to 2 in this universe, and so the 1 and the 9 here are Interesting. Okay, so now I really want to make this a 6, and I want to use the deduction that this has to be gray. Uh, uh, yeah, this assuredly is going to have to involve some, like, weird Sudoku deduction. In order for this to resolve in the way that I fantasize about. Could always just put a given 3 somewhere in this column, or a given 6 somewhere in this column. Given 6 in this column would be way better. If I was putting a given 6, I would usually put it like all the way as far away from the clue that it's interacting with as possible. So that would be like there. Can't do given 6 in column 8. Oh, right. We discussed, right, the, right. This 3 is always going to be there. I could put a 6 there, but that's probably not ideal. Oh, that is very interesting. Although I think it forces it backwards of the way I wanted to force it. But yeah, if we actually used a black dot, then we could do that. Yeah, that was sort of my reaction, Luna, is like, yeah, that feels like that, as much as I'm very willing to use black dots. So let's see, if this is a circle, the question is, if this is a circle, does it break out, or does it break this possibility that none of these are shaded? So if none of those are shaded, this would be a 4 or a 5, right, would be the only option. So if couldn't be a 4, so it'd have to be a 5. So yeah, in the universe where this is a 3, these are all unshaded. Now this number here is pushed up to at least 4 and has to be 5. And that doesn't work because a 5 and a 7 don't go next to each other on a yellow. That's slightly convoluted, but probably wouldn't be as convoluted if I were to actually write in what this can be. Yeah, I just have to write in that this is certainly not 6. I'm not going to entertain that possibility. And so the point is here, the thing that this lets you do is it lets you say the escape doesn't happen through here. So you don't have to go through the convoluted part that I just outlined, because these two can't both be yellow. So the escape here has to be through here. So this is yellow. And as soon as that's yellow, these are yellow. And so that's a 6 and a 3, which makes that a 4 and a 5. And now this is certainly gray. Now, whether this breaks or not, that is unknown. This is, as noted, a 6, as the scholars have identified. This can't be a 5 anymore. Okay, so this is a 3 or a 7 are the two options for this digit. And yeah, if this is yellow, then we immediately can't put 1 and 9 in this row. So this is gray, and these two have to be 1 and 9 because we need 1s and 9s in the row. Yeah, this is I guess maybe the easier way to do this would be to just ask what this digit can be. It's 2 and not 4, not 6, and 8. But the problem here is, as Chad has been pointing out, 3 here puts a 2 here and breaks this cell. So in fact, that's the 7, that's the 2. That's a 3. Removes 3 from over here. Oh, and in fact, now this is a 5, apparently. And that's an 8, it would seem. What did I do? Oh, why did I put a 2 and 7 next to each other? Sorry. It was an 8. How about that? 7 doesn't dot 2 very well. I agree. I thought it was unexpected. Okay, so that makes a 2-3 pair in the row, which does make this a 5, but I don't know what on earth I was doing. Okay, my belief that placing an 8 here would basically solve the whole grid proved not to be true. So I think it was Luna who originally suggested this, maybe AFK or something, but whoever suggested this, maybe I originally suggested it and someone said, hey, pursue it. It definitely has worked out well. Okay. Okay, so there's one more. Oh, sorry, no, we don't know. We don't know whether this is a 2 or a 3 yet. Yeah, we can do things like chase the 6 over down here. Chase the 7 there. We've already sort of chased the 4. We do have to make sure that everything here connects in some coherent way. I mean, row 4, column 2 circle would have been 3 17 years ago, right? Yeah, this can't be 6 or 8, so this is gray. All right, this could have been like 5 a while ago, couldn't it? Yeah, this could have been 5 a bit ago. It couldn't have been 6. This 6 is the first digit we placed. But could have been 5, right? So yeah, so now this being circled does do a lot of damage. It actually sort of like forces the connectivity a lot, actually. I might like this, actually. Let's try this. So this is now a 3, and that's a 2. Oh no, the 5 early was there, right? Sorry, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, the 5 was right there. So, yeah, this couldn't have been anything interesting, I don't think. Right. This is at most 3, and so yellow can't possibly escape through here. Is the point, because yellow escaping through here. Wait, could yellow escape through here like this? Yellow could maybe escape through here like this. Oh, it can go to 5, but then has no options. Right. Okay. Yeah. So if yellow comes here at all, this digit's a 5, and then 5 only connects to 4 and 6, which it can't, without going over here and everything because of the that bit over there. Agree. So yeah. So we always yellow our way over here. If this is yellow, then that's yellow. Yeah, this is a 4 or a 7. And it can't be a 9 because we're still connecting through it. Yeah, right. We can't do that, I think is something some people in chat are talking about. This being a 7. Oh no, sorry. This being a 7 connects it to a 6. That's probably fine. Could a circle here be a 7? That would also be very weird. A circle here, funnily enough, has to be a 4, which I think does a lot of good. Slash breaks the whole puzzle, one of those. I think that's probably fine. And it definitely uses all of the oomph that we've used around here to put a circle here. So, hey, Of. This has to be a 4, right? Can't be 5, 6, 7, or 8, or 9. Which makes that a 7. Makes all of this gray. Makes this be yellow for purposes of connecting through here. So this is a 6 only. These now can't possibly connect because 5 is only... In fact, 5 is only connected to 4 and 6, and this cell can be neither. I don't even have to go further than that. So now this is yellow. This might break. That's also very possible. As a yellow, this is a 3. This 3 can connect here, annoyingly. I thought it could not, but I think it can. This isn't a 7. Oh, this 3, 6 makes that a 7. That's not a 7. We're resolving all kinds of digits. Let's see. I'm going to fill in what's left at the bottom of this column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so all the numbers left in this column are tiny except for 9. It's kind of interesting. Oh, 4 is just placed in box 5. That's great. So there's a 4 down here. These are 1, 9, and the other one, which is a 2. The 2 is vertical over here, so the 2 is vertical down here. This one's not 3, I agree. Okay, yeah, let's write in these. 1, 2, 3, not 4, 5, not 6, 7, 8, and 9. So the claim is if this is, oh, not 9. There we go. Yes, there is a 9 in that column. I missed that. So now the claim is that if this is yellow, then this is also yellow, because if this is yellow, it makes that a 3. And so if this is yellow, that's a 3, and then these are from 2, 5, 8, and I can't make any connections between 2s, 5s, and 8s. I believe that, so this is always somber. We will need something to decide row 4, column 9 yet, so at some point. Like a circle here, for example, might do it, or it might break horribly. One of those. But a circle here would also be a 2 or a 3, except it would only be a 2, and so that would sort of percolate up here, and this 2 would have to connect to something. That might work. Let's try that. Not 5 or 8, so this is would be a 2. That would be a 3. This will always be yellow, because if this was gray, those two would be yellow. That's yellow now. These are now a 1-9 pair reaching across. Oh, that actually is very nice, because that actually makes this gray, which makes this yellow. This isn't a 2 or a 3. Oh, this is a 2 now, just by Sudoku, which makes this a 2, also by Sudoku. Makes that a 1 and a 2. Yeah, this column has left in it 1, not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. But of the ones of those that connect to 3, 4 is the only one. The 2 and 3 couldn't have been the other way, because this 3 looked at it by Sudoku, is why, Patrick. That was why I liked this circle, is because it used Sudoku to resolve the direction. In what might otherwise have been a deadly pattern kind of incident. Funnily enough, this could still be yellow. And this could still be yellow. In fact, actually, even both of those could still be yellow. Oh, this 2 now can't be yellow, I think, because the 2 can't connect to anything, right? This cell now, just by writing it in, it is not 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 5, 6, not 7, 8, or 9. So yeah, so this is now Sudoku, our fair-weathered friend, indeed. I love Simon. Okay, is there 5, 6, 8 and the other thing? 4? 4, 5, 6, and 8. Oh, there's a 6 and a 7 over here. That one's not 6, that one's not 7. Okay, these are 1, 9, 5, and 8. Don't think I know anything about that yet. Yes, this can't be a 5 because this can't be a 4 or a 6. Okay, so funnily enough, this is 5, 7, or 9 because neither of the crop key digits from 6 or 8 are here. 9 seems deeply problematic because if this is a 9, I can't get out, and I need to. Oh, yeah, there's a 1-9 pair in this row that definitely points at that cell. We do still need to make sure this connects somehow. Oh, also removes the 9. Very true. So actually, this is also a 1-9. Let's see. Someone says this can't escape. It can't escape at all. Is it broken? Is that what people are saying? People might be saying it's broken. Are we gonna have to like come out like this or something and have it turn out it's broken? Yeah, this certainly is gray. These are from 1, 9, 5, 7, 8. Oh yeah. We can't get out of this box because of this 1, 2, 3. /9 because you can't get out through a 9. Oh well, we have to rewind a little bit. Sad. I liked that. Up till there. Up till the point where it was horribly broken. I think it's this 2 is where we have to rewind to. Okay. Going backwards. Okay, so I don't know if people still want to try and convince me on some of the stuff in box 4 or not. We do still have 6 and 7 over here. So that's not a 6, that's not a 7. What are these digits? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I'm just noting that if we have any yellow over here at all, it needs to connect through here via a 1, 2, 3. So that's kind of interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's what I was trying to check, is if it was possible to get into column 8 at all. Let's see. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, and so we can't actually connect from over here because the only connection here that's possible doesn't get us out of the box. So yeah, if we actually look at it carefully and actually think about it, in fact, because how is it getting out of the box if it's yellow, AFK? But yeah, I think all of this is gray, actually. Because the only possible connection here was 2 to 3, and I can't make a 2 to 3 connection. I still think the only possible connection is 2 to 3, and that would break row 4, column 9, right, AFK? I don't see what other go down option exists. Oh yeah, so one of these can be a 1, and that's okay. But none of these can get through there, because 1, like 9, is always a dead end. So basically, because of the way this works, yeah, all of this is now is gray. Is basically we're just recovering why it didn't ever work to have this circle over here in our own unique way. Yeah, the fact that this was gray first is why we actually sort of explored this possibility. Yeah, so now this being a circle now has to be a 2, doesn't it? Yeah, the or maybe if this is a circle, it has to be a 1, which is maybe even more powerful. Although maybe it would have had to be a 1 anyway. If I put a circle in any of these cells, it has to be a 1. So like a circle here is certainly a 1, and then that circle has to get out in a very specific way that gives us another digit. Let's try that. Because this digit can certainly only be a 1 because of the fact that we get a maximum of 1 yellow cell in here. So that's the 1, but now the 1... Oh, no, sorry, that doesn't work because it would be a 2. Never mind, sorry. It would be a 2. Damn it. I liked that too. Oh, I guess actually what it does, sorry, it does still, it's not that it breaks, it's just it makes all of this out. Because the 1, if it were yellow, would of course connect to something. That doesn't work. So that makes these a 2, 3, 9. We want to shift the 1 down. It's maybe not worth doing if it doesn't work out a little better than that. Circle at row 6, column 8 can do stuff. Okay, so these are from 1, not 2, 3, 4, 5, not 6 or 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I was looking at a circle here, and I was wondering if it was just going to be forced to be 1 the whole time. just by the sort of digits looking over here. And that was my concern with that particular choice. Did we end up eventually agreeing that actually I don't know how stuff connects over here and I shouldn't worry too much about that? We can still try this and see if this does anything. It does make all of this gray. It forces someone to actually think about the connectivity down here. So this is not a 2 or a 9. That's the 1. So this isn't a 1. One of these is in exactly. And it connects to the left for sure. Oh, right. These aren't 9 anymore. Having 2 yellows would be a little bit tricky, but maybe not impossible. This isn't 1 anymore. Let's see. Can we get here somewhere? My big fear about row 4, column 1 specifically is that it could have been a 1 a very long time ago. What's better about row 8, column 8 being a circle? Okay, so we should probably rewind the whole bit with the 1 circle and try and get out of box 4. Just to is reasonable. I don't want to go quite that high. Let's see. If this connects to something, it's a 2, 3, 5. I certainly can't put a circle here. Yeah, I was debating like just filling in the box of work. And I was also debating if I could use Sudoku to place 6s and 7s in here by placing 1 circle and saying something obviously isn't a 6 or a 7. But I think it's not so obvious that something isn't a 7 is the problem. But we can look at stuff like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not 8 and 9. I didn't reject row 8, column 8. I just backed up because I know I can do it, and I wasn't going to branch off of it. I was going to branch off something over here, perhaps. But I'm still very open to throwing a, like, circle over here. Okay, this digit in particular, 1 or 2, not 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And 1, 2, not 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so one of these two cells is larger than 2, 3, and is hence a 7, 8, 9. And those numbers don't connect with the only numbers these can be that are low. So I agree we don't just go straight down here. And we can't connect through here, but we could maybe do something like this or something like that. I think are both possible. Oh, it can be a 5. I just missed a digit. Always good that I actually get the right digits in the cells. Would also like to pencil mark this. This is this can be 1, 2, not 3, 4, 5, not 6, 7, 8, or 9. Okay, so what clue do we put in here to make this seeable? It's definitely too ugly to use as part of the solve path. It's not too ugly to use as part of figuring out what's possible so that we can try clues to see what we actually could put as part of the solve path. Like, I think basically I probably want to go from like a 3 to a 6 to get out of here, or we could also do like a 4 2 1 2 kind of thing, like the 4 2 1 2 3 kind of thing that people are talking about. Like a circle here has to be a 5 pretty clearly, I think. And I think it ends up looking like a T or a V and encourages someone to contemplate which of those actually works, and might be okay. So let's try that. So that's a 5. And so, therefore, this is gray, because the second this is yellow, we're not connecting, right? because we need 2 cells out of... Oh, I guess there's the possibility that it does that, which I certainly can't do because of that being a 1-9, right? So I definitely need one of these two to be yellow, and I need to get down below it, so this is gray. I'm comfortable with that. This is a 1-9, so I'm not connecting through it. So that, funnily enough, makes this yellow, which makes it not a 1 or a 9 or a 5 or an 8. It makes it exactly a 4. Yeah, so it's either both of these or both of these. Those would be 5, 6, which seems fine. And these would be nothing, because you can't get out of the 1, 2, 3s, right? I think that's very reasonable, right? If you're forced to confront are both of these yellow simultaneously, you will come to the answer that no, they're not both yellow simultaneously without too much work, because then you'll pencil mark these. Basically, what I'm trying to do is avoid having someone solving this to pencil mark everything we've pencil marked. So, oh, that it went from here to here? Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe there is a really ugly possibility. Maybe this didn't actually... Yeah, let's think about this a little bit more carefully now. Certainly this isn't a 5. Okay, and this is, just for the sake of it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so yeah, the other possibility is that we get through here. And that still doesn't work, although it's not clean by any means, to argue that that is not that's not what's happening. So I think probably the right thing to do is to also put a circle here. Because that sort of uses all of this. And that avoids someone having to do it, and maybe this will work. It might not work. That's very possible. But it might work. I agree that the fact that you can't have 4 cells from 1, 2, 3 is straightforward, but the reason why they'd have to be from 1, 2, 3 and not 6 is complicated to do. So let's see. That would make that a 9 and that a 1. Should make those a 2, 9. Would make this not a 1 or a 2. Would certainly rule out that these are both yellow right away. But also rules out the possibility that it connects through here. Oh, this immediately, by the way, is gray. Because of the 2, 3, and 9 not connecting. Well, this circle is only 1, 2 now because we've got all of these digits looking at it. We didn't have these digits until relatively recently in the solve. Like, in particular, that this wasn't... Maybe this could never... No, this could have been 5, because we had a 5 circle up here. Like, I don't think we knew that this wasn't 5, right? That was at least my instinct. It's possible that when I test it afterwards, I'll realize that, oh no, this did not, in fact, work in the way that I had fantasized about. Okay, so now if this is yellow, then this is yellow anyway. So we can't do that. or sorry, so this is always yellow is the short version, because if this is yellow, that finishes all the yellows in over here. So in particular, then we end up having to escape through this anyway. Or put another way, you can't escape past this one too. So that's always yellow. Okay, and so now this digit is not a 4 or 6, and therefore that is no good. So that is yellow. And so therefore this is a 6. That's not a 6. Let's try again. Therefore that's a 6. Now the 5 is done. So these are both gray. That will be yellow. So this will now have to be a 3, 5, or 7, of which it can only be a 3. These are now a 1, 2 pair. These can't both be yellow, so assuredly this is a 1, right? If those are both yellow, we've got all kinds of problems. So this is definitely... Okay, I guess this is... Sorry, what I should say is this is definitely gray. It's possible that this is yellow as long as this is able to connect to it. So what are these? These are 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, sorry, they aren't 1, 2, because I've got a 1, 2 pair in the column. 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we can make it so we just need to make it so that this isn't ambiguous. I don't think we I don't think we're as worried about this, or I think we could be fine. Is the short version. Okay, and this still comes down here. That's still true. And this of those can only be a 4. Now, how are we connecting the 3 and the 4? That might be a different problem entirely. I hope it doesn't turn out there's a weird graph parity thing here that I never considered that actually is going to make it impossible for these two blobs to connect. Oh yeah, 2 here would just work, except it can't be a 2 in this particular instance. But yeah, I agree that my fear that there is a weird graph parity thing that I'd never considered is not warranted. It does mean this can't be yellow, though, because if this were yellow, it would need to connect to both 3 and 4, and I don't think it's too difficult to see the only thing that does that is 2. Okay, so we need to really hope that this works around the border here in some capacity. I don't think this is going to work, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I think this is probably broken in terms of how these are actually connecting now. Because now these can only be 1, 3, 6, 7, and 9. And we need sort of a 3 in a row. Oh, 3, 2, 6, 5 sounds fine. I was like, I'm not as doomed on this as everyone else seems to be. Uh, yeah, we might not quite be able to make this work. Particularly because of the fact that these can't be a 3-6. Uh, yeah, I think this is solved by a simple addition to the rules of the statement that for purposes of row 8, 2 and 6 are considered to have a ratio of 2 to 1. But yeah, I think this doesn't quite work because of this 3-6 up here. So I think we have to be slightly more careful about this, unfortunately. Yeah, row 1, column 4 is getting in the way. Okay, so is the problem actually like coming back to this being a 5, or is there some way that we can sort of get around this? So do we want that to actually not be a 5? Is that the punchline? Yeah, if this ends up going 3, 6, 5, 3, 4, just as a proof of concept, that has solutions. So it's possible to connect these. We just need clues that'll actually do it, of course. We like solutions, yes. Did I? Oh, 5-3 doesn't work as well as it did in my head. You're correct. That works, I think. I think that one even has all valid Kropke relations. What's wrong with the 4-2-1-2 path? Yeah, I think that works just to prove that it's possible. So if we wanted to force all of these to be yellow in some coherent and reasonable way, one way to do it would be to make this cell yellow, or sorry, make this cell a circle. That seems feasible. Could a circle here plausibly be a 1, is I guess the question. Yes, a circle here of a 1 would instantly disconnect everything. So it would have to be a 4 or a 5. I agree with that. And so does that help immediately? Maybe that doesn't actually help all that much. There's a possibility of that. We have a much larger path if we want, and it doesn't like touch itself in some inappropriate way. Have you verified that it works with Sudoku as well, AFK? I'm not averse to this path, but I'm open to other suggestions if you think there's more elaborate paths through it. I don't mind elaborate. Plugged into the solver. Okay, so do you have a suggested circle that would get us on one of these golden paths? Replace the Act 2 map with a single golden path. I'm glad to always have AFK helping on solver. That definitely makes things easier. A literal golden path here, yes. From row 4, column 3, down to 5, down to 6, left to 7, down to 8, down to 4, right to 3, right to 6, right to 5, up to 4. Okay, so if that's the thing we want to force, so just to stare at this for a second, and then look at these things. What are valid circle clues that we could do? This clue would actually be a 6 if it were along this line, right? The 5 in box 4 is now a 6, I think, in this path. This being a 2 works. This being a 4 works. Okay, so the sort of the possible... Let me grab a sheet of paper and write down what the possible clues are that work here. Just so that we can try them. Yeah. I guess row 6, column 1 equals 2 is possible. Row 7, column 1 as 2 works. Row 5, column 1 as 2 is probably the spiciest one. Row 7, column 1, I just can't count again. Yeah, row 5 and row 6, column 1 as 2s both work. Row 7, column 5 being 4 works. Row 8, column 6 being 2 works. Yeah, and we can add in some like bonus appendages if we would like to sort things out. Row 7, column 6 is 2. Works. Okay, and we don't have any, like, I was seeing if we had anything that sort of, like, poked off into other pieces of the world. Are any of these candidates blue that work? Like, if that's a 2, that gets us down to 3 solutions? Oh, I guess I missed that this one could be a 3. Row 7, column 6 is 3, also works. Why did I write row 7, column 6 equals 2? That definitely doesn't work. It's row 8, column 6 is 2 that works. Okay, so yeah, we have options. Okay, so let's go back and look at some of these. And those of you who... let's see. This being a circle seems great. Because it's certainly not 5, 8, or 9, right? It's certainly not 8 or 9. Is it obviously not 5? Maybe it's not obviously not 5. You don't have to shade it, do you? Yeah, we can force the shading by adding additional clues if we have to. Yeah, if it's a 5, this cell is gray. Is this cell just always gray? Is that part of it? Because if it's a 5, it's definitely gray. It's definitely, yeah. This cell's just always gray. Is one thing that we can say for sure. Because in all universes this is gray, so the only 5 universe looks like this, which seems implausible, but maybe it's possible. Maybe it's not so hard to see that I can't actually shade all of these. If someone actually asks you, is it really possible to shade all of these, you can do the 1, 2, 3 thing to see that it's not, because the only way you get out of 1, 2, 3 land here is to go to a 7, 8, 9, and 1, 2, 3s don't connect to 7, 8, 9s. So this is not a 5. Which now makes this be yellow, because I'm certainly not connecting down here anymore. So now this is always yellow. So that sort of gets at, that really viscerally sort of fills in some of what we talked about before with this, without making someone do quite so much work for it. Also now this is a 9 and that's a 1. This is now 2, 3, 5, not 9. Okay, and even if this cell is yellow in this universe, This cell's still yellow because I can't connect down through there, so this always becomes yellow. And needs to connect to a 2, 3, 5. So this can't be a 2 because I can't have a 2, 3 connection in here. This can't be a 1 because I can't have a 1, 2 connection in here. And so this 5 or 6, well, 5 doesn't connect with 2 or 3, so this can't be a 5. So this is always a 6. And so that's not a 2. So we end up with this kind of pattern, I think is all in good shape. But 3 and 5 both bridge this path. This now does not connect with both 6 and 3. What is left in this column? 1, 2, 3, 5. So the solver's probably going to assume that this is going to be yellow, even though it isn't actually going to be yellow in the actual version of this. But we now know that this is yellow. So this is not 1 or 5. In fact, this is just uniquely 4. I think we've seen this before, right? This is uniquely 4. It's not 6 or 2. Okay, so we've got that version. This is just, yeah, this is definitely gray. We aren't allowed to have a circle here, right? I don't think we can. Maybe we can shove in a 1 somehow. A 1 and a 9 tailing off, but maybe I have forgotten how this exactly works out. Okay. You absolutely can. I'll trust you. Do you like? Is that one of the clues you like? It's a great circle. Okay, I will trust you. So that makes that a 5, 9, 5. Usually when I'm setting, I have like a bunch of windows open with all the different options. I'm not doing that here just for sanity of viewers, but you mean I can't use this being 2? I loved this being 2. It was so psychotic. Oh yeah, 8 below the 5. Oh, you don't know if this breaks? Okay, so this might break with this. Okay, we'll see. We'll see if it breaks or not. I just really like the 2 looking at 2 sort of diagonally ones. Okay. You can tidy up box 5 so that these are a 2, 9. Okay, these are 1, 2, not 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Well, we can look at that when we give up on this this option. I believe that. Oh, not 9, right? None of these are 9. Right, so if this is yellow, it can only be a 3. Yeah, column 4 has a 2-9 pair. I agree. Okay, let's go back and try. So AFK's version was to have these two be circles instead. Was that your 2 circles, AFK? Okay, let's try AFK's 2 circles. Okay, so AFK says it is unique and humanable with just these 2, right? Okay, so this will be 1, 2, not 3 or 4, 5 or 6. It certainly won't be 7, so it places the 7. It being 6 would be deeply problematic, I'm pretty sure, because it would make all of these yellow, and we would have a 7 next to a... we'd have a 7 in this column, which would need to be next to a 6, 8. That breaks very quickly. So that's a 6. I like that. I like that chain a lot of these pieces here sort of falling into place. Let's see. And this, similarly, is not an 8 or a 9. Okay, now if this... Oh, no. If this isn't yellow, we just need to rule out this being 5. Yeah, I guess we can never connect out like this. These are never connected. Like if I was in Sudoku pad, I could put a little red X through here, just to indicate that we're never connecting through there. And if this is a 5, all of these are yellow. And it's just a question of whether that one's yellow or this one's yellow. Except this one can't be yellow in that universe. So if this is a 5, these are all yellow, which doesn't work, for what it's worth. It's a little messy, but I'll accept it, I think. This can't actually be a 5, because if this is a 5, then I need to make all of these yellow, and then I've got a 4-6 problem in this column. So that is a 1 or a 2. Making that a 9 and a 1. Makes those a 2, 9. So this is gray. And yeah, again, oh yeah, this isn't a 1 or a 2 even. So we've got that. Yeah, and so now I can't connect to... Well, I can connect to here. However, if I make this yellow, I still can't connect through there. I'm certainly not connecting through here. Again, I think this looks horrendous here, but it would look very nice in Sudoku pad, because there's an X here. There's an X here. And so you could just sort of put those X's down and start to argue where you can actually make your connection. And so, 1 above. So then you can sort of argue you're either making this connection or this connection, but you can't actually connect both up and down here. So at the end of the day, again, an X here as well. So you always end up making this connection is the version. And I think, although I think that's horrendously unclear, In this version, it will be very clear when you can draw X's on borders that aren't bordered. Does that basically summarize everything that you wished me to see here, AFK? 6 can go to the 7. Yeah, the 6 going to the 7 is fine. But you need to make this connection no matter how you... that's not the connection? Uh-oh. Oh, it's one of these two has to be in. Right, I was just arguing you can't do that. One looks down column 5. I agree with that. So this is a 4 or a 5. I think this will be clear. I'll have to test it, but I think this will be not that bad, not nearly as horrible as it sounds when you can draw X's over edges. Yes, if 6 isn't yellow, then, okay, let's do it this way. This cell is gray. I think if this cell isn't gray, I think then we've got horrible problems. Because it would have to connect down, and it couldn't, right? Because if this cell isn't gray, remember, it doesn't connect in this direction. It doesn't connect up. It would have to connect down, except the only things 1 and 2 can connect to are 1, 2, and 4, and none of those are possible. And again, very clear with X's. 4. Oh yeah, there's 9s running across here, so that makes that a 2 and a 9. Which removes 9 from those and makes that a 9. Which makes these not 9s. Oh, no, don't listen to me. Sorry, that was gray. I already have a 9. Sorry. I've lost the 9. Yeah, so now this cell doesn't ever connect there, so it's gray as well. That connection under 6 makes things messy. Do we want to try a different combination of circles, AFK? Yeah, there is an X here because it can't be 1, 2, or 2, 3, and those are the only possibilities. We even have an 8 in one of these two cells that rules 8 out of these, provided that I have Sudoku'd correctly. 5 is also ruled out of what? Box 6, row 5. I mean, it is... Oh, sorry. Right. One of these is a 5, so these aren't 5. I see. Which makes this a 2-3 pair, I suppose, which does something. Makes those a 1-9 pair, and makes these a 5-8 pair. Yeah, I'm really unsure now. This is actually going to work with just the ability to like mark some X's in the grid. Uh, okay, if this is yellow, no, it's not true. Sorry, I was gonna say if this is yellow, that's still yellow, but it's not true. Uh, uh, why is this obviously not connected to the 6? That's not so clear to me. Uh, uh, let me see. Where else were we able to add circles? 8, column 6 was a 2. Uh, oh, 7, column 6. I kind of doubt my notes were correct when I said that this would be a 6. I wish I could see the picture. I think if I could see the picture, it would make my life a lot easier. Uh, can you paste a picture of the loop there in the Discord? Possibly AFK? I'm not suggesting getting rid of this circle. I'm just saying something. I was just looking for an extra clue that would make this easier. Yep. I think it's right in the link. I think it's right in the description. But I can't remember it, so I'm oh, this one adds extra cells to the loop. I see. So the 5 here works by adding in these extra digits to the loop. And the in AFK's version of the world, these connect like this. And so they're let's see. So we kind of need one more circle at least to plausibly get this to work. Because I think this is way too messy at the moment. It's very sad because I really liked the 2 here. That might have seemed to be going a little bit better. I guess this could also be a circle. It might be a little blunt, but if this is also a circle, it works for AFK's version. how much is that a horrendous mess is the question. Would be another 5. It does not work. Oh, right. Sorry, it doesn't work. You're right. Sorry. AFK's version doesn't have the yellow cells yellow. Uh, 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 Oh, it looks like AFK found a different version. Yeah, let's try for a different version. I think this is a little. I don't think this is working out particularly well. Uh, uh, yeah, I thought that was getting us somewhere, but now I'm looking at AFK has posted a different version where the loop instead goes like this all the way around here and up here like that. Uh, uh, that is interesting as well. Let's see, and Laura has clipped a picture from the stream, so that is helpful as well. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, so let's try for the bigger. Let's see, does the bigger loop have any places I can put clues? Is maybe a reasonable place to start. Okay, I am squinting at it. Uh, uh, row 7, column 5. Yep, that could be a 4. Uh, I'm kind of tempted to go back to this version and see if there's a version where this is a 2. Because I think the version where this is the 2 was the coolest. We know it's possible that it's a 2, although it sort of, that goes back to the Laura's picture. Uh, uh, there. 7, Tristan? Yeah, I want to go back to that. That seemed to be directing the right kind of logic a little bit better. Oops. So this is not an 8, 9. I'm guessing we can probably find another clue to squeeze in here as well. This is not an 8 or a 9. It was thing 1. If this is a 1 or a 2, it's certainly not shaded. And if it's a 5, it's also not shaded, right? That's what I'm trying to get to, is that this is not shaded if it's a 5. That was clear to me before. It's not so clear to me now. Because in any case, I guess there's an X here. So So yeah, again, I have to sort of visualize this in a world where I'm able to actually draw in x's. I guess I could do like that is an x, uh, for sure. Uh, so if this is a 5, these would all be yellow. Uh, the 7 is a problem if it's a 5. Uh, uh, oh, yeah. Let's do that as well. There we go. If I put in those little X's, that tells me that even if this is a 5, it's unshaded, which is what I wanted. I wasn't quite willing to go as far as doing that. The big loop also works with the 2. Not the version you showed me, but maybe a different version. Yeah, so if this is a 5 now, all of these are yellow. And so this would have to go something like 1, 2, 3. And then there'd be a 7 in here somewhere. Doesn't seem great. Okay, so we've got those X's. So yeah, the X that's important here is this one. This is the cool X, because this is the you can't have 4 1 2 3s in the column X. So that feels to me the most interesting. But it is the key to sort of all the arguments we've made around here, and I think this is a very reasonable place to see that. And once you get that X, then this isn't a 5. And now having all of those X's now does force this connection, right? These have to both be yellow. Having done that. And so that makes this a 3 or a 5 in a very natural way, I think. My number pad doesn't work anymore. Oh, it's because I'm not in color mode. There we go. And this is now needs to connect to 3 or a 5. Sorry, 2, 3, or 5. Why did I take out 2? I don't know, but these are both yellow. I agree with that. Okay, so this is a 2, 3, 5. This can be 1, 2, 5 doesn't connect with any of those, and it could be 6. Okay, so we get that far. Right. This can't be 1 because of the 1, 2. I agree with that. That is all very reasonable. This can't be... Oh, sorry, no. This can't be 2, 3, I guess, is the combination that specifically doesn't work because of that 2, 3. But 5, 6 does work. Okay. Yes, this is now gray, is helpful because there's nothing that connects. The only thing that connects here is a 2, and that doesn't work. So that pushes the yellow down here, which makes this a 4. Like that. Uh, uh, so row 6, column 3 isn't 2. Oh, you want me to fill in the rest of this column? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that one's not a 4. 2 would compel 2, 3. Uh, uh, oh, yes, yes, yes. The 2 here only works with a 5 there, right. Yes, sorry, I kept checking this being 2. I guess this being 2 doesn't work either. Yeah, neither of these can be 2. I'll do that one first. If this is a 2, that's a 6. That doesn't sound good. If this is a 2, that's a 3, which breaks that. So then that does make that a 6, which doesn't tell me what that is. But we've at least got that. So these aren't 6 anymore. Okay. What else is it? Okay, we can do grays in lots of places, I think. Maybe not there, actually. Oh, we've got a 1-2 pair here. That's been available for a while, I think. I don't think it does anything, but it's been available. I guess it does get me a gray. Makes these not 1. One of them's definitely an 8. So these are a 2, 9. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, these are 1, 3, 6, 7. This can't join the yellows because it would have to connect to both 2, 3 and 3, 5, which would make it a 6, I guess. I really feel like this puzzle, unfortunately, this ending is going to make people hate it. Yeah, I believe that there's no option which does it, but I don't want to force someone to think about that. Yeah, I guess I like it with the 2 part. Yeah, if this is yellow, now that's a 2, and now these are a 3 and a 5, and certainly the only thing that works there is 4 or 6, and it can be neither. I'll accept that. That at least sort of works with the interlocking layers. Uh, so exactly one of these 2 is yellow. I mean, we do need to put in another clue. We're not getting away without putting another clue. I just don't know which clue it should be yet. We don't have a whole lot of options, admittedly. Uh, uh, so in the in the version I'm looking at with this working, this works out to be an 8. This does work out to be a 4 in a circle, but making a 4 circle doesn't really do anything. Uh, 2 also isn't 9. Oh yeah, it's not 9. I agree with that. This isn't 9 either. There's a 9 down here. Yeah, this is a circle in that picture. It's so far away, though, is what makes it a little bit tricky to make it work. Uh, oh, I thought you liked the big loop more, AFK. I was trying for the big loop, but let's see. Okay, so here's the other one. So maybe I can look at the other one that Laura clipped. And see if there's a possible place for a clue. Like just a given 2 here. Is that your given 2? I can see how a given 2 here would work nicely. Does it not work with that being the circle and that being the circle? Okay, let's try the other way, but with the given 2. I haven't really tried it with the given 2. So the idea is to add circle here, given 2. No, given 2. Thank you. Yeah, the that circle instead of that one. Yeah, the you said I think you said you didn't think it worked that way, but maybe you were checking now. So let's see. So no 2 there. This can't be 6 or 7, as we've previously noted, because if this were as large as 6, then this digit would have to be a 7, and that would be a problem because we'd need a 6 in this column. So this is neither 6 nor 7. Making that a 7 and that a 6. And so that buys us an X here and an X here, for sure. Now, this is only a 1, 2, right? Can't be 3, 4. Oh, could maybe be a 5. 5, I think, doesn't work, but I think it's complicated. We can certainly also mark one of these like that for purposes of this. So we either connect down this corridor or we connect down this corridor. Those are the only options. That's not a 2 or a 9. We've got 1, 3, 5s only in the column. Yeah, 5 would require all of these be yellow. And 5 doesn't work. Yeah, So yeah, so this being 5, I agree, doesn't work, because if this is a 5, then the only thing that works is that it's all of these that are yellow, and we end up with the problem that 5 would have a 4, 6 in this column. It's a little bit horrible, but it's not too bad. I guess actually here's the much easier way. If this is a 5, it doesn't connect there. Okay, much better. So this is not a 5. That makes that a 9 and a 1. So no 9s over there. Okay, so this is a 1 or a 2. But now that's not a 1 or a 2, and the rest of this column is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not 9, sorry, 5, 6, 7, 8, which now has gotten me this x. I like it much better now that I'm actually drawing in the x's. Okay, and so now the only possible path is this one, which is what we wanted. And also this is a 2. So that gets me all of this. This needs to connect back through here, which needs to now connect back through here in order that this work. And now these are gray because of x's. That has made that a 5, this a 3, that a 1 and a 2. This is now gray because it's there, and this is gray because it's there. That has become an 8 and a 1. Oh, 3 or 5 both work, right? Sorry, 3 or 5 both work, thank you. These are both gray. This is a yellow. Okay, so this is 6 or 8, and it's an 8. That places the 8 back in this box. In fact, actually, this is a 3. Sorry, no, it couldn't have been a 3 or a 5, because that was a 3. This is gray. That's gray. The stuff at the bottom of this column is a 4 and a something. 4 and 9, and this one is probably not a 9, as previously noted. So that's a 4, that's a 9, it's gray. This had better be yellow, or we're not connecting. So it's not a 1 or a 5, it's a 3. That makes that a 1, which makes it gray. That makes that yellow. By the way, this is also yellow, so this is not a 1 or a 4 for sure. This 3 is either a 6, a 2, or a 4, so it's 2 or 6 only. Column 5 does have a 1. This is certainly not a 9. I think 8 is also ridiculous. Oh, column 4 has a 2, very true. So this is just a 6. I can finish box 5. I can finish box 5. 9 and 2. No 9s over there. Oh, this isn't 2 or 3. Oh, in fact, this is just a 1. So these aren't 5 or 8. So that is 9. These are a 2, 3. Column 4 has a 6. Oh yeah, 3 only connects to one number out of those, and that number is a 4. That is good. these numbers are 1. Oh, well, that one's the 1. And 7. And this 1 is definitely not yellow. The 7 could be. So if this is 8, now we're saying all of this is yellow, which is a problem because then the 8 doesn't connect to the 6. So now this is a 5. This isn't 4, 5, or 9, so it's an 8. These aren't 5 or 6. They're 2, 3, and 9. 5 and 6 place a 7 over here. Oh, row 4 has a 3 and a 2. That 2's already done. Let's see. These digits aren't 2 either. These aren't 1 either. So those are a 2-9 pair, funnily enough. Row 8 has a 3. True. So those are a 2-9 pair, and that's a 3. So we can draw some X's there, and there, and there, there. And if we do that, then we know a maximum of one of these two is shaded, and a maximum of one of these two is shaded, plus these two. Row 7 is broken? What did I do? How far back do I have to go? Do I have to keep going? I need to erase this, that's for sure. This isn't a 2. I agree with that. These aren't 3. I agree with that. This one's not 6 either. This isn't 1 or 2. This one's not 1. Oh yeah, we can still do this 1. Makes this a 7. And now we just say not all of these can possibly be gray, making that yellow. Sorry, not making that yellow. Don't listen to me. Making that a 5 is all I wanted. Removes 5 from all of these cells and that one. In fact, this one just is a 7 now, and it's now gray. This one's now gray as well. Three only connects to 4. That's still true. This isn't a 6. That's still true. Oh, this is a 2 and a 3. These are a 2-9 pair. This isn't a 5 or a 7. Or a 9 because of it. So this is, in fact, the 1-8 pair left in the row. And so that's the 8 and the 1. Making that the 5 and the 8. These aren't 1 or 8 or 9. Those are a 5-7 pair. These are 6 and something. 4 and 6. So that's the 6. That's the 4. I guess this has to be yellow, because if it isn't, then we're going to force all of that to be yellow, aren't we? And that's more than 5. Yeah, if this isn't yellow, we definitely force all of that to be yellow just to connect, and then those are gray, and that doesn't work. So yeah, I agree that this is yellow. I'm agreeing with myself. That 5 looks up there and makes that a 9 and an 8. That 3 looks over there and makes that a 6 and a 5. This is gray now. This is also gray, right? Yeah, the neither of those connect there. This isn't a 6 anymore. Oh, that 6 looks back over there, which makes that a 7 and a 5. If this were yellow, now all of these would be yellow. Just to make this plausibly connect. And I see an X here is a very convenient X to point at when saying why that's not possible. As soon as you see an X here, it tells you that all of this is gray, which then forces the 5 clue. And so now that is a 3 and a 9, which makes that a 2 and a 9, which makes that a 2. Yeah, the given 2 was really necessary there. It was kind of messy without the given 2, but with the given 2, I think that actually works out quite nicely. Makes that a 3, and then we have finished our puzzle. That I should probably give a title and rules. Okay, I think I'd already written the rules somewhere, right? So we've got normal Sudoku rules apply. So every rule has an exception. I would say the most common exception to never have a given digit on a clue is unless that is exactly the break-in, because you cannot possibly have but there's a second given digit. There was a given digit on this 4 up here, or on this clue up here. Because a given digit on a clue is the loudest possible telegraphing, and so if you have a given digit on a clue and it's not exactly the break-in, you have done something wrong. So yeah, we actually had 2 given digits here in this puzzle, but this is clearly the break-in, and it forces you to think through something rather cute about how this works, and then sort of flows out from there. Oh yeah, it's probably shaded cells are orthogonally connected. Okay. I think that all works. Let me share this with myself to clipboard. By share it with myself, I suppose I mean sharing it with Tristan. Okay, and let's try playtesting this. Let's see how much I feel like we have to change. Okay, we have to change to that scene, I believe. Okay, so... Oops. Yellow, let's not be silly. Okay, so first of all, this has to be a 5 and not a 6. And now this can't be... Oh, no, I can't do that. Oh, this needs to be a 6, though. So this now is gray, making that yellow. This now needs to connect 4 and 6, so it needs to be a 3. This needs to connect to a 6, so it needs to be a 5, a 7, or a 3, of which only 7 is available. There are now no numbers available that connect to 6. These digits are 1, 2, 8, and 9. These aren't 2. Yeah, I guess we lost that this wasn't a 2, which is a shame. That is the one downside of the given, is it did actually sort of ruin slightly the step that, oh, this is definitely not a 2. That might be enough for me to make for me to go back and rework that ending, because that is a shame. That step is too nice. We can't get rid of that. Yep. Sad but true. Well, I'll try and make that work better a different time. The ending had some adventures to it, but we'll figure out something. Very sad. I bet an even square here would have worked. Because at the time we were looking at this, when we were setting this, we had a 6 here, and we just needed to know really that these didn't connect. So I think an even square would work. Okay. Oops, that's not what I wanted to hit. The digit in the gray square is even. What on earth did I do? No, whatever I did, it's not what I meant to do. Update. Okay. To clipboard. Okay. This is why we have these consultations. Okay, so now we do a test again. Okay, so we play test. Okay, so these are yellow. This is 2, 4, 6, or 8. This is now a 5 because a 6 wouldn't work. And now that is a 6, and now that is gray, and this is yellow, and this is a 3, and that's a 7. This is gray. These are 1, 2, 8, 9. And so, well, it's not a 9. It's not a 1 either. But we have to think about this a little bit more over here before we get to that this isn't a 2, right? So we have to convince ourselves that we're never connecting out this way. I swear we knew this was an 8 before we even thought about any of this. If this is a 2, all of this is gray. Oh, right. The point is, if this is a 2, right. If this is a 2, then I can't connect out because 2 is the only thing that does it. Right, so this has to be an 8. Okay, very nice. Okay, so that makes all of this yellow. So this is a 6 or an 8. It's an 8. These cells are each 4, 7, or 9. This one's definitely not a 9 because it would make both of those 8s, so it's a 4. This one's not a 9 because it would put a second 8 in the column. These things next to the 4 are certainly 3 or 5, 2 or 8. That one's not an 8. That one's not a 5, apparently. 7 here has the disadvantage that it doesn't connect to any of those things. So we won't do that. We've got all of that. Now, that is an 8 by Sudoku, is the step that I was attached to. So these numbers are at most 6. They're not 4 or 5. So these two don't connect. So there's no thought whatsoever that this is a 6. And also this one is bigger than this one, so this one isn't a 1 and this one isn't a 3. Within this row, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, those aren't 4, apparently. Neither of these is a 9, I think I can say with some confidence. If this were a 9, it would have a million 8s around it, and if this were a 9, it would have a million 8s around it. This one's already visibly not a 1. Yeah, 9 going in circles is a problem in most parts of the grid. If this is a 5, it makes this a 2, which doesn't actually work. Oh yeah, that's true. 8 doesn't dot 2 or 5 is a good point. But this can't be a 5 because it would make that a 2, and I would need a cell in these to be shaded, and I just can't do that. So there we go. So we get that for free. And so this being a 1 doesn't work with this being a 5 either, because if this is a 5, I, at minimum, need 2 shaded cells next to this 1, just to make it work, right? Yeah, if this is a 5, I need to shade 3 more of these cells, which means I need to shade 2 more of those cells. It doesn't work. So yeah, one of these is definitely a 2. However, the world where this is 2 and 5 means that they differ by 3, which means that of these cells in common, they have some number of shaded cells. So these would have to differ by 3. 3 of them would be shaded and 3 of them would be unshaded. However, these can't all be unshaded. because if these are all unshaded, then these two clues are the same. So it's sort of this, it's a sequence of the same logic about counting commonalities between circles that tells me that this isn't a 2, it's actually a 1. Okay, and now that this is a 1, this isn't a 5, as previously argued. So all of these are now gray. These are 4, 5, and 9. Let's see. And now only one of these two is possibly yellow because of this. And in fact, we already argued one of those two is yellow, so this is always gray. Exactly one of these two is yellow, so they don't connect. Let me use my pen tool that I have previously claimed, which means we either connect out here or we connect out here. Well, we're not connecting out here because there's also an X there. So that is gray, and these are yellow. And now that means neither of these is a 9, and this one is a 9, which makes it gray. Haha. So this needs to connect down there. This number is at least a 2. But one of these is a 2. In fact, you can argue, because if these are 3 and 1, then I need both of these to be shaded. That doesn't work. So, so there's a 2 down here. So anyway, this is at least 3. It's not 4. It's not 5. And it could be 6. And that's it. Those are the options. If it's 3... Well, actually, sorry. I know this is always yellow because that's my only way of connecting down here. Oh, yes, and 4, 5 only connect to 2, 3, 6. And this one we know isn't a 2. Or 8, but this isn't an 8. So these are actually a 3, 6 pair, and I agree now this is a 2 and a 1, which makes that a 9. And now both of these are unshaded. Okay, and so now this digit is 7. And this digit two, 3, 4, or 5. I know these don't connect for sure. So if this were a 5, I would know all of these were yellow. Don't quite know what to do with that. Oh, that just, sorry, the fact that these don't connect just tells me the whole story, right? The fact that these don't connect tells me that this is yellow. And as soon as that's yellow, it tells me that these are yellow. Okay. That was much cleaner than I remembered it coming out, but it was in fact quite clean. Sorry, that is a 6 and a 3, which makes that a 4 and a 5 in that order. That is now gray. 1 and 9 in this row is now the key piece, because 1 and 9 can't go in any of these can't go in any of these cells, certainly can't go in the middle there, or connected to that. Maybe I need to think slightly more before I get to the 1 and 9 point. Let's see, what are these? These are 3, 6, and 7. These are 5 and 9. Oh, what is true is if I make this yellow, I definitely am not possibly putting 1 and 9 in the row. Because if I make this yellow, then that is not going to work. So that's gray. Oh, yeah, and I can say what this digit is, because it's not a 2 or a 4, so it has to be a 6. Makes this 3, 5, or 7. Well, only 3 or 7, actually. So that does tell me this digit is not 1 or 9. And so, therefore, we do have a 1-9 pair in the row. Row 4, column 9 couldn't be a 6. Because it would make all of these cells yellow. And at that point, I'm trying to remember what the grid looked like at that point. Sorry, let me rewind for a while. This being a 6 would make all of these yellow. Which would make both of those 6. What was the easy way to see this? It'd make both of those 6. Oh, right. Yeah, the circle would also be a 6, right? Because as soon as I make that yellow, it also does that. Yeah, so it breaks this circle is the version of that. It's one step more complicated than I remembered it being. You're right. Okay, so this number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it's not a 9. Okay. 37 dots 2, 8, right? Because this isn't 1 or 9. Or sorry, it's not 4 or 6. Sorry, this is 2, 8 only. Oops. 7 in row 4. Oh yeah, 7 in row 4 is just placed because we have a 2, 3, 5, 8 quadruple. Very nice. Okay, so and so therefore this is an 8. And that isn't. Okay, so we get an X. I guess we don't even need to put an X. I can just put a gray there. If this is yellow, it's specifically a 5. Oh, any pair of yellows need to satisfy a Kropke relation. So this needed to be 6 or 8. Let's see, 5 here would make all of these yellow, which would certainly make that a 4. Oh, it would make both of these 4. Is the thing I see that's cleanest. 5 only works with both of these digits being 4, which is not great. So this is not a 5. And in particular, that not being a 5 means that the yellow can't... Oh no, the yellow could still connect down that way, perhaps. Oh, but the only way that works is if this is a 5, and then that doesn't have anything to be. Oh, we can place this 5. Seems nice. Yeah, so the concern, and I'm now feeling like I feel a little icky about this deduction, is that this can't connect down twice. I feel like I saw a way that made me feel better about it before than I see now. Because if this connects to a 5, there's nothing else for it to connect to below it. Oh, it overloads the 4. Right. It can't connect down because of the circle. Okay, that's much better. Okay, yes, the courtesy circle. Okay, yes. So the combination of these two circles tells me I'm not connecting through here. Because if I try to connect through here, I can't connect like that, and I also can't connect like that. That doesn't work, so I always have to connect over here. Okay. I was like, that doesn't sound like something I would have let fly. Okay, so this is a 4 or 7. It's not a 9. Because a 9 would need to connect to another 8. Okay, and that has now made this a 4, which has made all of this gray, which has made that a 7. Made that not a 7. Which has made that yellow as well. And so this is a 6, exactly. And now we have the unfortunate reality that the lovers want to meet, but they can't. Because there's nothing that connects to both of these digits. So that's gray, which makes that yellow. And so now this is either a 3 or a 3. Okay, and these digits that are left in this box are 1, 2, 9, and 4. Oh, apparently the 4 is here by Sudoku. Okay. So we know there's a 6 and a 7 over here. We know that digit's not the 7, so that one is. If this digit were the 6, we would need these to be a 6-8 pair, which doesn't work. So that's the 6. Which makes that digit a 2. Oops. So the even square, it turns out, is every bit as good as the other thing. So now, for the record, this could be 1, 2, not 3, 4, could be 5, but not 6 or 7, and certainly not bigger than that. 5's probably not going to work, but we can probably do other things first. Let's see, what is left in this column? 1, 3, 8. No. 1, 3, 9. No. 1, 3, 5. There we go. 1, 3, and 5 are left in the box. this digit. Let's just do the rest of this box, I suppose. I'll just use the mark button. Why not? Get those assorted things. Okay, so the easy way, I think, to see that this isn't a 5 is that these two don't connect. So if this is a 5, these two don't connect, and so therefore both of these pairs connect. But how is this pair ever connecting? Would have to be as 1 and 2. It doesn't quite break as cleanly as I would fantasize about. I had a nice way of doing this. Oh, yes, that will do it. One of these two is an 8. Yes, that is a clean way to break it, is that one of these is an 8. So yeah, if this is a 5, then we have to worry about what are we doing with our 8, and we can't connect it with a 9 without breaking the 9. Oh, right. That's exactly how I did it the way I did it the last time actually was to draw in that X, which is also a pretty clear X. Yeah, that's the way I said before. I like that better. It doesn't quite get as deep in the weeds of these sorts of things. But yeah, as soon as I say that, then I've now said that the only way this possibly ever works is if all of these, as a 5, is if all of these are yellow, and these are not all yellow because of the 7 in this column problem. There we go. 1, 2 pair there makes that a 9. Having no memory really makes me much better at testing my own puzzles, I must say. These aren't 9 anymore. It's a 1, 2 pair in this column. We can immediately get that this is gray now that it's a 9. And let's see, this 5, 8 doesn't connect to anything over here, right? So this is immediately gray. Okay, and these two can only connect if they're both from 1, 2, 3, which is a problem because we already have two 1, 2, 3s in the box. So we get an X there that is helpful. We also have an X here because 7... Oh, sorry, we don't have an X there. Sorry, these could be 7, 8. Oh, right. Yes. We just can't connect through this passageway is the point. If we try to connect through this passageway, we then have a 7, 8, 2, 3, which doesn't work super well. That is totally reasonable, and so that therefore makes this yellow, which makes this not yellow per our previous considerations, and now makes this yellow, which then makes this not yellow, which makes that yellow, and this not yellow, which makes that yellow and that yellow. And now we have that this is a 2, which makes that not yellow. Was that right? Yeah, which makes this and this both not yellow. Which makes that a 1 and that a 2 and that a 3, that a 5, an 8 and a 1, a 9 and a 2, and a 2. There we go. This 1 is now gray because of the 3. Okay, so this yellow continues. Okay, so this is a 6 or an 8 and can only be an 8. These, oh, right, this is also unshaded, thank you. These are a 9 and another thing. The 9 has to go down there, and a 4. This is unshaded. This is this is shaded, so it's a 3. I cannot successfully shade it, but it is shaded. It's a 1, therefore it's unshaded. So this is shaded. Okay, so this is a 2, 4, or 6. Of those, only 6 is available. This is a 2, 4, or 6. Of those, only 4 is available. By the way, let's go ahead and resolve this cell, or almost resolve this cell, I suppose. Let's see, we can also fill in these, by the way. Let's see, end these. And so, yeah, that is the 7 and the 1, both of which are... Sorry, that one of which is unshaded. And so, therefore, this can only possibly be an 8 in the ridiculous universe where all of these are shaded, which doesn't work because the 7 immediately breaks. It certainly was never going to be a 9, so it's a 5, which gives me the 7 over here, which unshades both of these. Makes that a 9 and a 5. And now if this is gray, I'm absolutely obligated to shade all of these for it to connect, and that is too many things for it to connect. That's 6. So this is instead shaded. Let's see. Let's paint in the rest of this. I guess that's just equivalent to marking, but we'll do it anyway. Okay, so that is an 8 and a 3 and a 9 and a 1. And an 8, 5, 8, 5, 1, 7, 6, 4, 6, 5, 1. And we beautifully have this horrendous pattern left that we can't resolve without actually thinking about the shading. I had not thought about that before, but it worked out beautifully. So 5 and 8 don't connect, is a thing I can tell you. 5 and 2 and 9 don't connect, which is a thing I can tell you. If this is shaded, the only way that works is for this to also be shaded. So this is always shaded, which makes it a 3. Which then makes that a 9, which is not very connected, which disconnects all of that, which then shades that and unshades all of this by that connection. And so then that's a 2, 3, 2, 9. Woohoo! Seems very reasonable. It's tough, but I think it's very reasonable. Thank you very much to all of you for help, especially AFK, who did a lot of sort of figuring out like what kinds of connections we could make through here. I'm glad we swapped this to an even square, and I'm glad that making this an even square basically worked just as well without removing the one step that I liked earlier, so that was very cool. This, by the way, if you're curious, is often how, like, when I play with a rule set, it often ends up being somewhat different from the starting point at the end, but I think this will be nice. I will go ahead and post this in CTC testing probably this evening. Although I have another puzzle that I am 90% done. The square being gray spoils that it's unshaded. Does it? Couldn't it be a shaded even? Who knows? I think literally the point for it being there was for it to solve that it was unshaded. I just aesthetically couldn't make it a black dot because it's a puzzle about Kropke stuff. So, you know, even squares are, you know, the... I don't know, is it offensive to call them the bargain bin black dots? I don't know. Anyway, I've got to go have dinner, so thank you all for watching, and I'll be back soon. Bye for now.